Welcome, race fans, to Ohsweken Speedway for the 19th running of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals, brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety and Aero Express. It's all brought to you right here on G-Force TV. My name's Greg Kellman. With me tonight, as always, Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey. Tommy Googe will join us in the booth as well. Tonight, again, the pits are cram-packed with sprint cars. And originally, coming into the weekend, the story was $10,000 to the winner. Well, now, it isn't just $20,000. Today, it was announced we're up to $30,000 for the first driver across the start-finish line. It's going to be a big show, and the tempo of these races should be high. The intensity will be crazy. It's going to be an exciting night. We also have the Action Sprint Tour on hand, racing for $2,000 to win. There's going to be action all around the track throughout the evening. Our Adam Ross has already caught up with a few drivers in the pits. Let's send it over to Adam now.
Well, Ryan Turner, you've looked good all season long, but last night you looked great. What has changed on this 15, more than just the paint scheme?
Yeah, well, first of all, they surprised me with the paint scheme. Dan and Steve, obviously, and Brandon. I think gold is, because we won it last year, too, and we're going to try and back it up here. We've just been gaining speed the last 3 weeks. I said in Victory Lane that Jason Barney has definitely helped me out. My buddy Nathan Bavard, and then obviously our crew's just been killing it. Brandon, Jenna, Trevor, Braden. We got a bunch of people helping us out. Matt, Al. We just keep fine-tuning it. We're not making big adjustments, just little tweaks here and there, and I'm really comfortable in the car right now.
It showed last night. Does having a locked-in spot based on your win last night in the Twin 15, does it relax you at all tonight? Does it change your outlook, or are we just full bore for that $30,000 win?
Nerves are good. Nerves push you a little bit harder, right? Definitely calms me down. We're one of the last to go for qualifying, and definitely in the tougher flight, so it definitely relaxes me, but we want to be fast all night. If we're fast all night, we'll be fast at the end of the night, or at least have a shot to be there for the 30K.
Ryan Turner's won 2 of the last 3 Sprint Car Nationals. He'd love to make it 3 out of 4. Let's see what Greg's up to with Mike Bowman.
Well, Mike, we're here at the big one, the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. Tonight now, $30,000 on the line, and with the year you've had, I think the new nickname for you should be the Bounty Hunter. How do you feel coming into tonight?
We can't help but, be confident, and, I'm always confident in this car, this team, these guys. We just, like I've been saying, just stick to our plan, stick to our notebook, and we're ready for this, and appreciate the opportunity to run for that kind of money. Appreciate the sponsors putting that up. That's just awesome. To be racing in Ontario for that kind of money is just almost unheard of. So stoked, just can't wait to get in the car and get going.
So many visitors are here tonight from out of town. Talk about the intensity. Can you feel it just in the pit area before the race?
Yeah, I mean, the nice part of just running the crate last night was I got to watch a few of them race out there, and just watch a few things that they do. I think only 15 laps of watching them, so you don't get to study them a lot. But it's a little bit more of intense of an atmosphere here, and when they go from 10 to 20 to 30,000 to win now, certainly we're all trying to take a bite of that.
Well, when it comes to big money, Mike Bowman's the guy, it seems, this year in 2023. When we return, the 19th annual running of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals kicks off here on G-Force TV. Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on G-Force TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
So tasty, so drive me crazy, ain't nothing I can do.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Busch Weekend Speedway Racing on GeForce TV is brought to you by Tiffany Gate. Indulge in a world of fresh meals, sides, salads, and more.
Welcome back live to Busch Weekend Speedway on GeForce TV as we bring you the Northern Sprint Car. It's brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety Aero Express. And we've got 49 cars set to take time, and we've already got things rolling. So on the broadcast, we can update you that Jordan Thomas so far is the quickest. He was in Flight 1A. 13.914, his quickest lap. Eric Gledhill second, Aaron Turkey third, Alex Hill fourth. And Adam, we've got 4 different flights that make up this first group, and the 4 flights will be the drivers in heats 1 and 2.
With an inversion of the top 4, so you want to lock into the top 8 in your respective groups. The track looks fantastic. Zigger Van Tile and his crew have done a phenomenal job. They've had a lot of work to do this year, but I want to talk about a car on the track on the back straightaway. That's Linton Jeffrey from Iowa. If you notice, Glenn's tires looked a lot faster last night. It's because Linton Jeffrey spent a lot of time on that zero car working on the setup for the boss.
And he came out and won his heat race last night, had a good solid performance and feature as well. So see what Glenn Stiers can do a little bit later on here. He'll be in Flight 1D, so he'll actually be in the next group. Linton Jeffrey finds himself third quick. He's fastest of the cars on the track right now. Slots in behind Jordan Thomas and Eric Gledhill.
Scott Kruder is on the hot seat in that 8th position. But we've got one more group to go. We'll see Tyler Rand out of Picton in the 84, the 14H of Jim Hoopinen, the 1 of Holly Porter from Dorchester, and the 0 of Glenn Stiers from Ohsweken. Group D is a disadvantage. The reason they break this up into groups is because if we time trialed all 49 cars in a row, the last cars would be at a huge disadvantage. By breaking it up into 3 different flights, it at least makes it more fair for someone who gets a poor draw. But Glenn Stiers being the last car out in this group, all of the cars in this group are slightly more disadvantaged than drivers who went out in the first time session.
Yeah, well, we say that, but at the same time, we've seen drivers before very late in the session come out and run quick times. We saw Dylan Westbrook do that a few years ago, where he was in the last group out and he set fast time overall. So it is generally a disadvantage, but some of these drivers can make up for it.
This group ready to take time, the final flight of Group 1. And we'll watch the scoreboard eagerly to see if anyone can jump up into the top 8. As you mentioned, Adam, Scott Kruder right now is on the bubble. Chuck Hebing right ahead of him in the 7th spot. Glenn Stiers 10th quick.
The difference being, if you qualify in the top 8, you will start in one of the front 2 rows for your heat. If you qualify 9th on back, you're in the 3rd row and further back from there.
So Jim Hoopinen finds himself 9th quick. Bailey Hurd right behind him. See if anyone's got a little bit of speed. White flag is out as Holly Porter across the line. Tyler Rand goes way up the track in 4 and right down to Glenn Stiers' line.
And that affected Glenn Stiers, effectively ruining his time trial if he was going to be able to find some speed. I don't think he stands a chance now having to go off of his line. Indeed, no changes in the top 8, so unofficially, Chuck Hebing, the Cobra, will be on the pole for heat race number 1. And Scott Kruder will be on the pole for heat race number 2.
Yeah, the 2019 winner of the Nationals. So Holly Porter just misses the cut by 0.2 of a second.
Who were the last few winners, Tommy? 2019, 18, and 17. Do if you recall. I know you're the statistician. I'm curious as to how many people are here who won the last time they raced here. Ryan Turner, because he won the most recent. Yeah, Scott Kruder, because he won 2019.
I'm surprised that Paulie Cole Giovanni's not here, actually. That would have been one. He won between Ryan Turner's 2 wins last year.
Is it possible that it, and I don't want to throw any shade whatsoever because he's a hot shoe, but some of those drivers came up our way this year and just weren't as dominant as they had been in the past.
Yeah, and there's a lot of races going on this weekend, and Paulie runs some 410 races too, so it's very possible he's doing something like that. Just looking through the list, Parker Price Miller, Carson Macedo, Brian, then we're back to Brian Howell and Jessica Zemkin. So not too many former winners here. Sam Haverteep Jr.'s won, though.
So flight 2A is on the racetrack right now. It's comprised of Dale Curran in the 70mm, Jesse Costa in the 52X, Josh Hansen in the 88H, and John Burbridge Jr. had a solid performance last night in the 21J.
He sure did. So we got a couple of drivers jumping up from the crate sprints. Dale Curran and Jesse Costa. Josh Hansen, a recent graduate from the crate sprints. Great to see those drivers who came up through the ranks and now are very successful when they jump into the 360s.
Yeah, Curran had a couple of moments last night where he did not look comfortable, but so far looking much better tonight in that car. I hope that Clinton Jeffrey gets to talk to Linton Jeffrey at some point tonight, because even though it says he's from Iowa, he does not sound like he's from Iowa. He's actually from Australia originally, and one of many successful Australian sprint car racers who moved to the Midwest to run at Knoxville and other drivers in that, or in the other tracks in that area, I should say. And he definitely doesn't sound like he's from around here.
No, he definitely does not. And boy, Josh Hansen laid down a good lap, 14.274. He is 0.4 faster than Jesse Costa, 0.5 faster than Dale Curran, and almost a full second faster than John Burbridge Jr. But like you said, Greg, John Burbridge, based on passing points last night in the qualifiers, made it into one of the twin 15s, and I think that had to be a huge accomplishment for him. It's no secret they race on a budget.
Yeah, out of 41 cars that came last night, he made it into the top 30 qualifying spots and made it into one of those twin 15s. So great job by the Burbridge team, and he's had some good performances this year.
Great to see the people on hand we've got. We've got to wish a happy 65th birthday to Mike, but I believe his birthday was yesterday. But still, happy birthday, Mike. Thanks for being out here. We also have to wish a very special 36th happy birthday to JP. Love Alyssa. So happy birthday, JP.
A couple of our Quebec drivers out there. The number 21, that's Alex Terry, and this is his first weekend in a 360 sprint car. And he looked pretty good last night. Looked like he belonged out there.
Jordan Poirier out here in this group, and last night he was here, but very quiet. And as we know, during the pandemic, he was anything but quiet in this neck of the woods.
He was lights out. And I've got to think, fellas, this is a friendly race service. If you're going to be new to a 360, this is a nice wide racetrack, lots of room to run out there, and Zigger has it pretty smooth, so there's not a lot of character bumps in it like we've seen.
Yeah, and Alex is another one of those drivers who's been in the crate car before. He's been in the lightning sprints up in the Quebec area too, so no stranger to fast open wheel cars.
Jordan Poirier right now second quick. Can he improve? Yes, he does. 14.244. That will put him atop the board amongst these drivers. So Jordan Poirier, 14.244, jumps to the top of the leaderboard here in Group 2.
in flight 2B. Still 2 more to come. Josh Hansen right now second quick, then DJ Christie, and then Jesse Costa. So flight 2C heading on to the racetrack. And there we see racing Jason Barney and the 9 of Liam Martin, the 45 of Nick Sheridan, and Evan Reynolds with us tonight. We saw him down at Brighton Speedway in the Labor Day Classic in the 98, driving that Paul Peconin paint scheme. Good to see that car on the track still.
It really is. And that's a unique look as well. You look at that car once, you'll always notice it every time after.
The scorers like it because how big the number is on it, that's for sure.
Liam Martin might not like it shortly. He is closing in a hurry on that 98, but he has set the fastest lap of 14.206.
Yeah, he had to let out there. Off of corner number 4. See what Jason Barney has. He's 8th quick right now. Nick Sheridan 5th quick.
Let's see if Martin, now that he's back in the groove, can go any faster this lap with the white flag flying.
Did he hit the wall there in the backstretch? He might have skimmed it. If he didn't touch the wall, he got as close as you can get to it.
Nick Sheridan went a little bit quicker up to the 4th spot with a 14.293.
Jason Barney right now on the bubble. Let's watch the replay. Does he hit the wall?
Yep.
A couple times. Just a little kiss, though. It wasn't too serious.
It's a good thing.
Easy for us to say.
It's a good thing those walls are flat now,
Yeah.
because the old blocks that we used to have, that would have sucked that car right in.
So flight 2D now onto the racetrack. Lucas Smith will lead the brigade out in 49L. He showed a lot of speed last night, and we really saw what we're used to out of Lucas Smith. Some daring moves. 12 DD, what more can you say about this young man having a great rookie campaign in the 360s? Darren Dryden out of Freelton, Ontario. Beautiful looking race car, really does things professional, and he's really had a great rookie campaign, picking up a couple of 360 wins in the province, and also out there Alan Downey in the 19D. Don't see Scott Hall out there, though, in the 94X.
All of these drivers, graduates from the crate sprint division, all of them with great success. Lucas Smith with a pretty tough push in the turns in that 49L. Top 8 is what they're after.
Like what I've seen out of Alan Downey this year. We haven't seen him competing for wins like we would see in the crate sprint car division. But he's been anything but out of place. That's what I can say. I think it's been a very solid 360 rookie campaign for him. There hasn't been any glaring issues in saying, does he belong here? I think he clearly does.
I absolutely agree, and he looked better and better last night the more laps he had on the track. Darren Dryden in the 6th spot.
Smoke coming out of the 19D there.
It's been smoking all week.
Sorry, Tim Phelan's got that nickname. You can't have it.
Yeah,
all.
it's taken.
So, Darren Dryden will be the one driver, looks like. Yeah, Darren Dryden's going to bump Jason Barney out. And Dryden will find himself 6th quick, so that'll put him on the outside of the front row in heat race number 4. Would that be correct?
Yes, it is.
Well, I know Jason Barney wanted better out of that, but not an unfamiliar position for him. He often struggles a little bit in time trials and even the heat race, and we end up seeing him charge through the field from deep in the A main to earn hard charger or get pretty close to it. So
Now, wipe the board clear. We've got Group 3 and Flight 3A coming onto the racetrack. There's some heavy hitters here, just even in this first flight. See Mike Bowman in the 71, and it's been well documented everything that he's done this year as a rookie in the 360s. We've also got the 94 of Todd Hoddick, a lot of power out of that car, the driver out of Cheektowaga, New York. Ryan Coniam and Sam Haferteep. Ryan Coniam out of Burlington and Sam Haferteep Jr. already locked into the main event because of his win last night.
Haferteep was quickest in hot laps, so we'll get a little bit of a measure of what's left in the track here, I think, in this session.
Yeah, I think we will. A lot of eyeballs as well, Tommy, going to be on the 71 of Mike Bowman. He's taken so much money this year, prize money that he's earned. But he's definitely drawing the attention of a lot of teams and fans. Let's see if he can contend with Sam Haferteep. But Sam opens the affair with a 13.939.
Yeah, Sam Haferteep Jr. not messing around. Let's see what he does this lap. Yeah, he can't better it. He's over the 14-second bracket. 13.939, the quick lap right now. Bowman 0.6 of a second off that.
Haferteep is half a second off his own time.
He's out there searching around, seeing what's on the bottom now. He knows he ran a quick lap on the first one, and he's already out there learning for the next session, I think.
Good point. Brian Coniam turns a 14.696 to go better than Todd Hoddick by 1/1000th of a second.
And as hard as it is to believe, I know these drivers look at the scoreboard, so Haferteep likely knows that he was in the 13s. And then as soon as he ran that quick lap, you started seeing him try different lines, and that's what, I mean, he's a professional racer, does this for a living, so you give him 4 laps out there, he's going to use it.
All right, so Flight 3B onto the racetrack. You see Travis Cunningham. Good to have him back after motor problems a few weeks ago, and he's been working hard to get back and ready for these Northern Sprint Car Nationals. So good to see the 90 out there. There's Joe Trenka out of Clay, New York in the 98. We've also got the 11 of Jamie Turner out there, and Dave Axton joins us from Port Byron, New York in the 2.
First time here in 4 years for Dave Axton, so nice to see him and Joe Trenka as well. Same thing.
Joe Trenka right now the quickest of these 4 drivers, and he slots in the 5th spot. So these 4 drivers will make it 8 cars so far that have taken time. So the next group will start knocking people out of the qualifying inversion. Right now, Jamie Turner would sit as the bubble. He's 8th, the slowest of the 8 that have taken time.
Picked up a little bit there on that final lap.
So none of these 4 in this Flight 3B were able to get ahead of the 4 in Flight 3A. I think this next flight, though, we might see some jumbling take place, though.
And we've got some pretty savvy race fans, but for those who haven't followed a lot of dirt racing, the track is best as soon as it's packed smooth and there's still a lot of moisture in it. That gives the track a lot of grip. The more the cars run on it, it starts to dry off a little bit and gives up a lot of the traction that it has. So the further we go into these sessions, the more impressive it is when a driver is able to turn down a really big lap.
A shout out to Robin, who's watching at home on G-Force, has been a part of the Ohsweken Speedway family over the years, and good to see her back at the track this year, along with Lorraine. And glad you're tuned in tonight as this group gets up to full song. Flight 3C.
Definitely still a few drivers out here capable of getting up there into the top 4 or 5. Mitch Brown, one of those, as well as Ryan Turner. Both of them are always quick in time trials when we come here to the Nationals.
Sean Evans second quick. Not a surprise. He's had so much speed lately.
He really has.
Ryan Turner 8th quick. Mitch Brown just outside in the 9th spot. Oh, Ryan Turner 4th. He jumps up there. That puts Travis Cunningham on the bubble right now. Mitch Brown trying to get a little bit better to hop into that top 8. Mitch showed some good speed last night in his 15-lap feature.
Ryan Turner racing with a lot of confidence, too. Mitch Brown will do no better than 9th. Turner will remain in 4th, and with only 4 more drivers yet to come, that guarantees Ryan Turner to be in that invert. Travis Cunningham remains on the bubble.
It's both last night's winners in Group 3 here tonight. Of course, we saw Sam Haferteep in Flight A, and we just saw Ryan Turner here in Flight C. So one more flight to go, and, well, we got one more driver that has been quick before and quickest overall in Dylan Westbrook. He'll be in this group. Matt Farnham also always has speed when we see him here at Ohsweken Speedway. Kevin Pauls in the 46 will join them, and Jonathan Preston in the 22. And Jonathan usually fares pretty well here at Ohsweken.
Dylan Westbrook needs to find someone else to do his draws for him. He has been brutal with the draws. Here's a great shout out. Anita wants to wish a happy 29th anniversary to her husband Ron, who is sitting in her seat tonight because she is under the weather and couldn't be there. But she's watching on G-Force, where Ron is here. Happy anniversary.
So right now in line for the fastest time overall award would be Jordan Thomas at a 13.914. And fastest Canadian would be Eric Gledhill right behind him at 13.923. So we'll see if any of these drivers can knock those two off the top, as well as knock somebody off in their flight.
Isn't that impressive? Eric Gledhill.
Third quick, Dylan Westbrook there. He's the only driver. Now Matt Farnham moves up to 9th, so he's one spot out. Jonathan Preston right now sits in the 10th spot. Dylan Westbrook looking for just a little bit more speed coming to the white flag.
I think some of that grip has gone away in turn 1, as you see some of them enter lower and then slide up the track.
Matt Farnham jumped up to 6th, now down to 7th because Jonathan Preston is up to 5th. Ryan Conium is on the bubble in that 46 machine.
Just matched his quickest time to Dylan Westbrook. How's that for you? You run your quickest lap is run twice at 14.379.
Not bad, not bad. So, heats 5 and 6, bringing them to the pole, or bringing them to the green flag from the pole position should be Matt Farnham and Ryan Conium. Great to see Ryan Conium. He's picked up some speed as well also in the last couple of months. He had a couple of tough seasons, it seemed, where things just weren't coming together for him. But doing much better now as we see the smoke dancers starting to make their way down to the front straightaway, where we'll pass things over to Clinton Jeffrey to get set up for pre-race ceremonies momentarily. Before we do that, let's do a couple more shout-outs because we've had a bunch come in. Rachel Sharp, a very happy birthday to Rachel. And I've just been told, let's go to a quick break. And we'll be right back with opening ceremonies from Ohsweken Speedway.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Back live at Ohsweken Speedway, ready to go with opening ceremonies. Let's send it down trackside to Clinton Jeffrey.
Thanks a lot, Greg. As we do at all our big events here at Ohsweken Speedway, no better way to get the night going than with a traditional smoke dance. How about it for the Six Nations smoke dancers, everyone?
Yahweh,
How about for the Six Nations smoke dancers, everyone? That means it is time to go racing with the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. Greg and Adam, let's get rolling.
It'll be a big night of racing. 49 cars entered for both divisions here tonight. The Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. Of course, those cars in action last night, and it was a great success, I think, Adam. That really had a big event feel. Second annual. It just continues to grow in the crate sprints. Didn't disappoint at all last night.
No, they certainly didn't. Put on a phenomenal show. 30 cars took the green flag. They went green to checkered. What's different tonight, Greg? We've got 6 heats, 8 cars. We've still got tons of cars, but only 24 cars will make the A main. That's a big difference.
It is. It's going to be another tough night tonight. 2,000 to win, and Clinton Jeffries down trackside.
Well, guys, we would be remiss if we didn't talk about what an amazing day it's been for our marketing partners here. It started off last night with Brian Pallas from Riverside Bait and Tackle saying, I'm going to drop $10,000 to the 360s, make it $20,000 to win. This morning, Brandon Stiers messaged me. He said, I want to throw $10,000 into the purse, make it $30,000 to win. And just an hour ago, I got a call from Dan Anicoke from Nitro 54 and Ryan Burnham from Sit and Bull Construction said, guys, we want to throw another $20,000 at the purse. We spread that out through. So tonight, the 360s are going for $30,000 to win and $1,750 for 30th place. Amazing payout by all our great sponsors. The other thing I want to mention, Glenn Stiers stepped up today, called me and said, hey, how about $500 to start for the crates? They were supposed to go off for $150. Great increase by all our supporters here today. What an amazing day it's been to be the manager at Ohsweken Speedway, guys.
And you know what I love about this, Clinton? Because a lot of people talked about it earlier. These people come along and throw money, and they decide where the money goes, and they wanted to make it a rich pot for the winner, rich pot for the winner. Well, what that does in the pits, like, why don't you spread it around, put it all the way to the back of the field, some more drivers, because the sponsors didn't want that. They're giving that money. They wanted to go to the winner, and then up steps a couple of more. They're able to spread that out, so the whole field gets to benefit from that influx of cash.
Yeah, the last thing I want to add is they said, let's make this the biggest paying race in Ohsweken Speedway history today with the winner's share of $30,000. Hard to argue with that. Thank Dan and those guys for coming up, getting ready to go. Crate already, guys.
Here's how they'll line up in heat race number 1. On the pole from Ancaster, the 51 is Trevor Young. Starting second from Wainfleet, the 85C is Cam McKinnon. Third in the 71 from St. Catharines, it's Mike Bowman. Fourth from Thamesford, the 14 is Larry Gledhill. Fifth out of Wainfleet, the BS39 is Brett Stratford. Sixth from Kitchener, the 2 is Travis Hofstetter. 7th from Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely. 8th from Simcoe, the 14B is Broden Weiler. And 9th from Cambridge, the 11W is Connor Ross.
AKA Daddy's Money.
Yeah.
First race of the night, ready to go off at corner number 4. Dave Hunsinger throws the green flag, and we are at it. Thought they were going to go 3 wide into 1.
Everybody looking for racing room. Cam McKinnon out in front. Stratford going to sneak up into the 2nd spot.
Bowman on the outside of Trevor Young in that 51 machine. Oh, tight, close call up against the wall. Bowman had to back out of it.
Out in front is Cam McKinnon with 12 car lengths over Brett Stratford in the 39. Bowman taking another swing at Trevor Young. He'll work to the outside, give the 71 the 3rd spot.
And from my tallying here, it says top 3 to transfer. That's where you want to be right now, as Mike Bowman has a good battle there for the 4th position. Rob Neely down to the inside of Trevor Young. He'll take the spot off of 4.
Tough show to qualify for. As you said, Greg, only the top 3 in the heats. And the top 3 have put some distance between themselves and Rob Neely. Broden Weiler makes a pass out there on Larry Gledhill.
How about Cam McKinnon? He had a rough start to his crate sprint car career when he got injured at the start of last season, but boy, he's grown leaps and bounds behind the wheel of that 85C, and here he is leading the way over 2 of the absolute best here in this division.
Brett Stratford slowly closing the gap, but he has a problem in turn. It's a lot of ground to McKinnon coming off the 2nd turn.
McKinnon leads with 2 to go over Stratford. Bowman. Those are your transfer cars. Then Rob Neely in this battle between Travis Hofstetter and Trevor Young on. Broden Weiler having a good solid run right now in the 14 cars.
He got around Gledhill a little earlier on. He's driven away. Down into turn number 1 for the final time. Cam McKinnon with the lead, but Stratford is right there.
Yeah, he's breathing down his neck here. He goes into corner 3 much quicker as Stratford going into the corner. McKinnon slipped a little in form and holds on for the win over Stratford, and then Bowman, they'll transfer on. So Neely, Hofstetter, Young, and then we've got Gledhill and Ross will go to the B main, and a spin on the last corner up in 3 there for Broden Weiler. Heartbreaker there. He had a good race going in the 14 machine.
Yeah, he did so. It wasn't easy to call that race with both of my eyes on my kid battling for the 8th spot. But I'm pretty happy for him. He's been waiting for that for quite a long time.
Broden Weiler had a good run going last night, guys. He looked like to be in a qualified spot, but he passed under the cone, and that's a rookie mistake here in the crate sprints. As you know, you got to be single file past the cone, and that would put him out of the race last night. He was 1 spot out, needed a quick yellow. Might have been able to get it in.
I guess amongst the 4 of us, I'm the only one that doesn't know what it's like to watch a loved one on the racetrack. Because Clint for years watched Mikey, and you've watched your brother Tommy, and Adam now with Connor. McLean's already talked about racing, and like, no.
It's thrilling and horrifying at the same time. Is the best way to describe it.
I'll tell you what, the other night he came out to practice Thursday night, and I had knots in my stomach all day long. I was ready to throw up at any moment. Once I watched him on the track, and Connor does a lot of iRacing, he's raced some on asphalt. You get a sense, and we see it all the time up here in the tower with new drivers that come out. You either know what you need to do in the car or you don't. Sprint cars are animals to drive. You've got to be on the throttle. You've got to hit the corners fairly aggressively for the wing to work, for that stagger to work. So I was really pleased for him. I was happy for him for what he was able to do on the track, and I was comfortable that he knew what he was supposed to be doing. Still, it's pretty nerve-wracking.
The other thing I would say is what makes me feel comfortable seeing someone that I am related to race here is the safety crew here, because you know they're going to be right there doing their job if something does go wrong.
Heat number 2, Tyler Willard out of St. Catharines and Tom Pellizzari out of Cortland on the front row. Will Marsh out of London and Saminar BC's John Verney in row number 2. Row 3, Curtis Gartley out of Thamesford, and Blaine Barrow with us tonight out of Welland. Adrian Staley from Kitchener and Al Slade out of St. Catharines make up row number 4. Green is out, and Tyler Willard. Oh, wow, that was close there for Adrian Staley.
Staley tapped the inside wall with that left rear. March off the pace on the back straightaway. I believe he's going to get off the racing surface. Greg, that's a hell of a job getting that whole starting grid in about half a lap.
You can do some things quick. Not much, but Willard is in this car tonight. That's what we were told last evening, but I'm not going to say 100%.
I saw him at the car with a fire suit on today. So
that means nothing.
It's Tyler 100% tonight.
Well, we can't trust your word anymore, Clinton. You've ruined that for us.
Well, nonetheless, if it's Tyler Willard, then he is out in front by a good country mile right now, leading over Tom Pellizzari. He's having a great run in that 5 machine, and then a pack that is going at it tooth and nail for third.
How about Tom Pellizzari? Like, is that one you would pick? Okay, only 3 cars qualify out of these heats. I think he's overachieving a little tonight this weekend. Good for him.
Yeah, having a great solid run there in second, and he's staying a good distance away from this battle with John Verney, Al Slate in the mix. There's a roll off of corner number 4 another time. It's some dicey action there, and Blaine Barrow gets around Slate.
Yeah, Blaine Barrow's taken some unique lines to get around the racetrack, struggling with turns 1 and 2, which we've seen a few drivers do here this weekend. But boy, Tyler Willard is in his own zip code.
Whoa, that's close. Barrow and Gartley almost got into it on coming out of turn 4 there.
There's no way for Gartley to know that Barrow was up on the high side and Barrow had a head of steam. He wasn't about to lift. One more time around. Look at the battle for third. That's the race to watch.
And checkers will come out for Tyler Willard. He just giddy up and went.
John Verney just lost the front end, slid up the racetrack. That allowed Al Slate to get by into a qualified position. Pellizzari going to get in with a second place finish. Slate going to finish third. John Verney headed to the B main. So is Curtis Gartley and Blaine Barrow. Adrian Staley unofficially headed to the C.
Guys, I got a chance to hang out with Kevin Knapp last night, and he's working on this car for Tyler Willard. They are from the modified world, as we know, over at Merrittville and in the Niagara region, and traveling around with the BRP Modified Tour. Kevin said when they wrecked that car last night without Richard, he could not believe the support he got in the pits. He said people we didn't even know were coming up with shocks, front ends, everything we needed. He said, what a culture you've bred here at Oshweekend Speedway, and we're super impressed by the help we got from people we don't even know.
That speaks volumes right there. It truly does. It's a family atmosphere over there. And
now let's quickly sort of cut you off, Greg, but we only got to keep hustling through seats. Let's talk a bit about Tyler Willard. Same background as Mike Bowman. Not surprising to see him have these runs. We've shown the guys that can run the big block modifieds, can come over here to these crate sprints and run pretty darn good.
So Heat 3 now onto the racetrack for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. Round number 6 on the National Tour. Lance Erskine will line up on the pole. He's from Brantford in the 88 to his outside. The champion here at Oshweekend in 2023 from Mississauga, the highlight man, Mac Demand. Lining up third out of Alexandria in the 51L, it's the General, Lee Ladisseur. And his outside from Pierreville, Quebec, the 19, Mathieu Bardet. Starting in 5th from Waterdown, the 5C, Connor Mahoney to the outside with a career best runner-up spot last night in the big show. Johnny Miller, the Iceman from Six Nations in the 20, starts 6th. Starting 7th, he had the heartbreak of the night, I think, last night in the 99, Joshua Hill. And rolling off an 8th out of Wayne Fleet, the 72, Tanner Podwinski. Dave Hunsinger there atop the flag stand. Shows this field the white flag.
Lee Ladisseur, the leader of the national point standings, the AST National Sprint Car Tour, fueled by Pinty's. We've got tonight and then 2 more events at Humberstone Speedway at the end of the month. It's Lee Ladisseur, Mathieu Bardier, Andrew Hennessy, Adam Turner, Ryan Poole. So a lot of the Eastern drivers as we top up the Western events over the last few events of the year and see how far they can climb through the standings.
cut you off. Just got news. Tyler Willard, too light at the scales. He will go back.
Oh boy. Fortunate break for John Verney, who will get in the show because of that. And look at this one, the top three. With a bit of an advantage, McDeman out in front, Barjay, Lance Erskine in third. Couple of heavy hitters, fourth and fifth. Don't want to have to run the B main.
All McDeman right now at this point. Barjay holding down the second spot over Lance Erskine. And then you've got General Lee Latisseur just outside of a transfer spot, along with the Iceman, Johnny Miller. Boy, what a crowd down in Victory Lane last night for that runner-up finish. And I think everybody here at the track was happy for him.
I think if we had a yellow flag, we might have been looking at the winner of that event. He was so fast in the later stages of that race.
He was smooth and consistent on the bottom. When I left last night, I walked down right to the bottom. There was a lot of tack down there, and he was finding that bite.
Lance Erskine hanging on to the third spot. Lee Latisseur about 6-7 car lengths back in the 51. Erskine to the high side. Latisseur down low with 3 and 4.
That's the battle for the final transfer spot. Lance Erskine been so solid here in 2023. Lee Latisseur, of course, one of the Eastern regular drivers who leads the national standings. He was the Brockville Crate Sprint Car Division champ.
McDeman got way up out of the groove last time in turn number 2. That car still doesn't look very settled in the second turn. Wow! Tanner Podwinski just threw a massive slide job on Connor Mahoney.
White flag out for the highlight man, McDeman, as he'll rip it off on corner number 2.
He did it again, but that time the car looked like it almost took a bite at the exit of the corner and hopped on him. Demand going to take the win, but that had some exciting moments. Barjay second, Lance Erskine in the show. Headed to the B main are Lee Latisseur and Johnny Miller.
Connor Mahoney and Tanner Podwinski cross the line. And Podwinski's going to... Yeah, they're going to go back and forth in the backstretch a little bit.
Hey, if there's no hard feelings at the end of a bunch of qualifying events, people aren't trying hard enough. Heat race number 3 going to line up like this. On the heat race number 4, because heat race number 3 already lined up and raced and finished. On the pole of heat race number 4 out of Oshwegan, the 28T is Cameron Thompson. Starting outside from Picton, the 87 is Andrew Hennessy. Third in the MK8 from Oshwegan, it's Matt Hill. Fourth out of Mossley, the 3S is Austin Rose. Fifth from Dorchester, the 00 is Greg Smulder. Sixth from Roslyn, the 4K is Jamie Kay. Seventh out of Woodstock, the 29W is Tyler Ward. And eighth from Cherry Valley, the 9 is Adam Turner.
Look at that. Brent, our PR man extraordinaire, brought me dinner. What a nice guy. He took my cake pops last night.
Not that you're bitter.
Bitter, table of 1. I'd already eaten way too many at that point. So,
who brought the cake pops again? Was that also from the Dryden?
The Drydens.
Yes.
They brought a lot of food.
Auntie Rose.
A lot of food in the shape of balls.
The
rice balls and cake pops.
The rice balls were amazing.
They were.
Or as my son McLean would say, amaze balls.
Yes.
Well, a different start tonight for Cam Thompson. He's going to start on the pole. He had to do a lot of come from behind work last night and worked his way through the C, through the B on the last corner into the A main. Tonight he'll start on the pole in his qualifying heat. Let's see if he can get into the top 3. Andrew Hennessy jumps out to the early lead, picked up his first win down at the Labor Day Classic at Brighton a couple of weeks ago. He leads away over Rose and Thompson.
Hennessy got a great start there on the high side. So did Austin Rose. Cam Thompson needs to settle into that third spot. He works his way up towards the outside of the track. That allows Smulders to the inside, but Smulders bubbled in turn 2.
What did you just... I'm trying to play it back. Hennessy Rose 1-2. Thompson holding down the final transfer spot. Smulders is right there. Oh, Adam Turner almost caught a piece of Matt Hill. Turner gets around and he's on the march. He started last. He's up to 5th.
Turner doing a good job out there. Can he close in on Smulders and Thompson? Not sure, but Austin Rose all over the back end of Andrew Hennessy for the lead.
Here comes Smulders into the inside of Thompson, looking for that 3rd spot, the transfer position, halfway home. And Thompson pulls back ahead at the flag stand.
Tyler Ward getting racy with Adam Turner. We could wind up with 4 cars battling out there for that 3rd spot before long. As laps click away in this qualifying heat, they are closing the gap, at least on 4th place, Greg Smulders.
Here comes Tyler Ward to the out of Adam Turner. There you see Smulders and Thompson. That's the battle for the final transfer spot. Hennessy leads. Rose, segment 2 to go. There's the guy on the outside looking in, the 00, Greg Smulders.
Man, Tyler Ward just made a beautiful turn 3 and 4. Had a good run on Adam Turner. Couldn't do anything with it as Smulders to the inside again of Cam Thompson with 1 lap to go.
This has been the money line for Cam Thompson this weekend. This is what got him into the A main last night, sticking to that outside line. Smulders digging on the bottom. Thompson good off the corner.
It's going to be a close one. Checkers in the air for Andrew Hennessy. Austin Rose going to finish 2nd. Cam Thompson straight to the A. Smulders to the B. So is Adam Turner and Tyler Ward. Headed to the C main are Hill and Jamie Kay.
So Andrew Hennessy gets another checkered flag. This time it's a heat race win. And heat race number 4. Scott, note the 50-50 is at $4,740 already. Last night's winner, Brian Abram, took home $4,655 on ticket 119227. So congratulations to Brian Abram, who won last night, but tonight's 50-50 at $4,740. Heat race number 5 onto the racetrack for the Action Sprint Tour, presented by Pinty's on the pole out of Harrisburg in the 14W. That'll be Greg Wilson. Starting in the 2nd spot from Ottawa in the 52M, it's Mark Suprinin. Going from the 3rd spot from Brockville in the 52 RHR, Matt Billings. And alongside him, it's 4-barrel Daryl Pelche from Port Perry in the 4B, lining up in the 4th spot. Ken Hamilton from St. George in the 69K will go off from the 5th position. Ashton Van Every from Oshweek in the 77E starts 6th. 7th spot from Georgetown, the 2M, Steve Murdoch. And going off 8th out of Ancaster, the 16X is Keegan Baker. Now last year at the end of the year, we were calling Ashton Van Every. Was it the Beast? Is that, what was the nickname? Was it the Beast?
Yeah.
And we haven't continued that this year. I realized that last night.
Guys, just want to jump in. 50-50 is currently at $4,740. Make sure you see your sellers with the pink shirts. $4,740 the share right now in the 50-50.
Field working off at turn number 4. Green flag is out. Greg Wilson had a tough entry into turn number 1, slides across the racetrack. Matt Billings takes the lead over Suprinin. Pelche works to the inside as well, looking for the 2nd spot.
Murdoch, I knew this was going to be fun to watch. Started in the 7th spot. He's weaving his way through traffic. He's up to the 4th position. Here he goes to the outside of Suprinin. Oh, makes contact. That was almost nasty.
Almost deja vu of something that happened to him earlier this season, but on the front straightaway.
Wowza. It's all Matt Billings out in front right now for 4-barrel Daryl. What a weekend he's had. He was in the pole dash last night as well, so he's had a great weekend.
He sure has. Running in that 2nd spot with Steve Murdoch trying to chase him down. Keegan Baker holding on to the 4th position with Ashton Van Every in that 77, trying to close in on the 16X as Ken Hamilton goes around, keeps the car running, will stay under green.
Good to see Hamilton back tonight. Of course, his night ended last night in the corner 4 wall, broke the left front on that car, but all things pieced together here for the final night of the year at Oshweek.
And Ken Hamilton and Greg Wilson, they sort of work on things together from what I gather. Both of them had significant repairs to make from last night. Good to see that they both managed to do that and make it to the racetrack tonight. As Steve Murdoch tried to make a move on Peltier there, that didn't quite work for him.
It's all Matt Billings at this point in the 52 machine. The Ryan Hunsinger Racing ride has clicked off these laps, got over a straightaway advantage right now over Darrell Peltier. In fact, coming to the white flag is Billings.
One more lap to go for Matt Billings, who have no idea that he has more than a straightaway advantage. The battle to watch is the race for second.
Yeah, Murdoch working that outside as Claude all the way up to the second spot. He's going to have a pile of passing points as the win goes to Matt Billing. And Murdoch hold on to second. Here he comes off a 4. He will. And he'll bring Darrell Peltier to the A main with him. And then Keegan Baker behind that will finish in the 4th spot with Ashton Van Every in 5th. 6th is Mark Saprina. And then it's Greg Wilson and Ken Hamilton completing the running order. But Steve Murdoch just earned himself a ton of passing points there, Tommy.
Yeah, he did. He started near the back and up to that second spot. Speaking of hard chargers, Ashton Van Every, we were talking about him earlier. 2nd year in a row last night that he got the hard charger in the Crate Nationals. So we'll watch him if he can get through the B main as well.
Yeah, that was quite a drive. I believe, what was it, 25th to 10th?
25th to 10th,
yeah. Great run.
And he did pretty much the same thing last year.
Great run for Ashton Van Every with 1 qualifying heat left to go. On the pole for this one out of Rockwood in the 94, it's Ryan Fraser. To the outside from Theresa, New York in the 1V, Josh Verne Jr. Sheldon Bender out of Ethel, Ontario in the 97 rolls off 3rd, going from the 4th spot from Six Nations in the 38, Derek Miller. John Cadman from Smithville, the 71C, lines up 5th. 6th will be Brian Nanico from Oshwegan in the 9C. Trayton Lapsovich back again tonight. He's from Grimsby in the 12L. He lines up 7th. And A.J. Lewis from Stony Creek in the 24A starts in the 8th spot.
And I want to say we've got to change A.J. Lewis's hometown. I think he moved, but I can't remember where he moved to. Port Colborne or Fort Erie or something like that. So until I remember, Stony Creek it is. Because that's the level of commitment we have.
Well, I went with what he filled out on his entry blank for the Crate Nationals. So
what's it? Did he put Stony
Creek?
Okay,
yeah.
Good. I swore someone messaged me to say he had moved.
Well, the drivers don't always tell us or update us on things either, so.
Ryan Fraser slides up the racetrack right in front of Derek Miller. Look at how that bottled up the rest of the field. They're still in pace lap formation.
It's all Josh Verne Jr. as it was last night in the qualifying heat. Regular runner at the Can-Am Speedway, and as you mentioned, Adam, that's a fast track, big 5/8 mile, and well, it used to be. I don't know if it's still 5/8 or not, but big fast track, and it's equivalated well here for the 1B machine.
I don't think it's still a 5/8, but it still looks it.
Yeah.
When you go and watch a race, it's a long way around.
Verne out in front over Ryan Fraser and Sheldon Bender. Right now the transfer cars. And in this race, it's A.J. Lewis that is on his horse and marching towards the front. He's up to 4th, started 8th.
Did a good job so far moving his way through the field. We're halfway through this qualifying heat. He's got a long way to go if he wants to catch up to Bender.
Josh Verne Jr. working through 3 and 4. This time that'll be 3 laps left to go for Fraser and Bender. And the battle right now is for the 5th spot, and it's a little back and forth there. Oh! John Cadman got into the back of Derek Miller accidentally, and that caused them both to get a little sideways.
Trayton Lapsovich had the line. He got way up to the outside, able to keep that momentum in the 20L. There's 2 laps to go. The top 3 right now not being contested whatsoever. Lapsovich has a chance to close in on A.J. Lewis for 4th.
White flag out for Josh Verne Jr. And And right now, Trayton Lapsevich, he's the one to watch, has found something on the outside. He's drawn up there on the tail tank of A.J. Lewis, and although they're not in a transfer spot right now, it's still a good starting spot for the B main as Vern takes the win.
Exactly, always something to battle for. Ryan Fraser coming home second, good for him. Sheldon Bender third as Lapsevich gets around A.J. Lewis. So Ryan Fraser second, Sheldon Bender third. Yeah, Lapsevich Lewis. My scoring monitor switched over to time trials for a second there. So.
What a move by Trayton Lapsevich there. And as we were just saying, although he misses the top 3 transfer, this sets him up for a good starting spot in the B main. And I think he's getting comfortable with sprint cars with a move like that on the checkered flag lap.
He's got some trim on his fire suit that you can really see his arms working through the corners. And he was really working hard that one. You could see the wheels moving back and forth. And Lapsevich really starting to figure this out. That was an awesome move there.
He's such a talented young race car driver.
That completes the qualifying heats for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. So we'll move on to our 10-lap qualifying heats. For the 360 Sprint, 6 qualifying heats in total tonight.
Heat race number 1 going to come at you like this. On the pole from Ontario, New York, it's the Cobra, Chuck Hebing in the 45H. Alongside him from Six Nations, the 77X is Alex Hill. Third out of Prairie City, Iowa, the 0J is Linton Jeffrey. And fourth from Harding, Pennsylvania, the 79 is Jordan Thomas. Starting fifth in the 1 out of Dorchester, it's Holly Porter. Sixth from Niagara Falls, the 70 is Bailey Hurd. Seventh in the 10C out of Antwerp, New York is Jeff Cook. Eighth out of Oswego, New York, the 36 is Logan Crisafulli. Rounding out the field on Lewiston, New York, the 81 is Derek Jonathan.
Top 4 transfer. Chuck Hebing. Alex Hill will bring them to the green flag, and these heat races usually have intensity like we don't see all year long here at the Big O. I expect it to be the same here tonight with all this money on the line and the prestige that comes with winning the Northern Sprint Car Nationals.
Alex Hill with a good launch on the outside. Jordan Thomas tried to sneak to the outside. Linton Jeffrey was having none of it. And Hebing with a slide job to take the lead.
So the Cobra out in front. Alex Hill now gets passed by Jeff Cook. That's a feel-good story here tonight. His final Northern Sprint Car Nationals. Jeff Cook, he was here for the first one in that 10 machine. He's running second right now.
Thomas to the outside of Alex Hill in the 77. That's as far as she can afford to slide back. She's still in a transfer spot, but she's got some fast cars behind her.
Off of corner 4 they work. The Cobra, Chuck Hebing leads over Cook, Thomas, and Linton Jeffrey. Alex Hill back to the 5th spot. Here comes Bailey Hurd looking to the inside of that Every Child Matters 77X.
Hurd's not done there. He's found a great line around the bottom of 1 and 2. If he can keep pace with Linton Jeffrey in 3 and 4, I believe we can see him challenge for that position.
Chuck Hebing continues to lead. He's got about 3/4 of a straightaway advantage over Jeff Cook, and now it's the 79 machine working the top. Jordan Thomas reeling in that runner-up spot.
Best battle on the racetrack. Thomas following in the tighter tracks of Jeff Cook. Linton Jeffrey goes up the track in turn number 2. Hurd not close enough to take advantage.
Linton Jeffrey being chased by Bailey Hurd down into corner number 1. You see them diving down the inside, down by the blocks. Oh, Linton Jeffrey into the wall a couple of times on the backstretch.
And then down to the inside, almost clipped the inside wall in turn number 3, and that's 0. Bailey Hurd right up on the back end with more than 2 laps to go in this heat. Jeff Cook fighting back on Jordan Thomas for second.
And Thomas had just gotten by 2 laps left to go. Thomas will have the advantage at the flag stand, but Cook is good, down in 1 and 2. We'll see if he gets another good lunge off of 2. This time, no, he won't. Thomas will begin to pull away, and they're both tracking down the Cobra.
I was going to say the same thing as the white flag flies. Heaving out in front now by half a straightaway, but anything can happen in a lap here at Ohsweken.
Let's see what can happen on the backstretch. Jordan Thomas has closed the gap on Chuck Hebing. Here they work through 3 and 4. Checkers will come out. And it's going to be Hebing taking the win over Thomas. Then it's Cook in the 3rd spot. Linton Jeffrey will grab the final transfer position over Bailey Hurd, Holly Porter. And it's Alex Hill. And then Chris Foley and Derek Jonathan complete the running order. So the Cobra, Chuck Hebing, will pick up the heat race win, and over the years he's always been one that we've wondered, is this the year that Chuck Hebing's going to win the Nationals? This is one of the best starts he's had, I think, in recent years to set himself up to be in a good position to win the Nationals this year.
Passing points in effect for the heat races, so Thomas didn't get the win, but because he was quick time and started 4th and then gained a couple spots, a good run for him as well. That has a pretty good chance of getting him into the pole dash.
Heat number 2 onto the racetrack on the pole, the 2019 winner of the Nationals from Kelsville, New York in the 52. This is the straight shooter Scott Kruder to his outside, the 2022 champ here at Ohsweken. From Tilsonburg in the 17X, it's Corey Turner. Lining up 3rd out of Ohsweken, the 68 of Aaron Turkey to his outside. From Thamesford, the 7 of Eric Gledhill. Lining up in the 5th spot from Fenwick in the 14H, the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopinen. And to his outside, the Ohsweken Flyer, Glenn Stiers, will start in 6th. Garrett Green from Dade City, Florida in the 15 Double G will start in the 7th spot. Tyler Rand out of Picton in the 84 starts in the 8th spot. 10 laps the distance. Heat race number 2.
Makes a big difference too, doesn't it, the 10-lap heats?
Yeah, a little bit extra distance. We saw that with Jordan Thomas. He really made some grounds there in the closing laps, and we'll see what happens. This is kind of a mixed bag in this heat. I don't know what to expect or who really should be the dominant car.
Corey Turner pinched down Aaron Turkey into turn number 1. That worked very well for him. Gledhill has to check up going into turn number 3, but out in front, Scott Kruder going to lead this lap.
This is one of those heats where if any of these drivers won it, I wouldn't really be shocked. And you look at a driver like Eric Gledhill, still searching for that first 360 win in his rookie campaign, but he's been stout.
Does anyone throw a longer slide job than Corey Turner? Love it.
Here he is working down low. The straight shooter Scott Kruder leads him down the backstretch. Turner is on it, though. He'll dive down in deep in 3. Up the hill he goes in 4. Kruder will slide down to the inside. He'll lead the lap again.
Turner leads them into turn number 1, slides up the racetrack. Turner able to keep that 17 machine glued to the bottom in 1 and 2 and make quite a bit of speed.
Wow, did he ever get speed through 3 that time? Off of corner 4, put Corey Turner to the top of the board.
A little further back, Hoopinen just about clobbered the wall in turn number 2. That was something to see there as Corey Turner extending a gap over Scott Kruder in 2nd.
Well, he's got that Lone Wolf Fireworks Mobile 1, number 17X, hooked up tonight out of the Nathan Ackland Racing Stables. It's Corey Turner leading the way over Scott Kruder, Eric Gledhill, and Glenn Stiers. Right now, the final transfer car. Been a great weekend for the Ohsweken Flyer this weekend.
Certainly has. He's up on the high side, chasing down Gledhill. He's got to keep his foot on the loud pedal because Garrett Green is coming in that 15 machine. He'll race side by side with Gledhill through 2.
Gledhill gets the better run off the top side of corner number 2. Now they'll swap lanes, and Glenn Stiers goes to the outside trying to get by that Oakwood Transport car number 7.
This has to be rejuvenating for Glenn Stiers to be this quick out there in that 0 machine.
Yeah, he has been hooked up, of course, picked up the heat race win last night. 2 to go for Corey Turner over Scott Kruder. Eric Gledhill 3rd. Stiers still holding down 4th with Green and Hoopinen right now. Remember, Hoopinen did not run a full season, just limited starts this year with different teams, and he's closing in.
Jim Hoopinen has found something these last couple of laps. Almost spits it off the bank and in turn 3. 1 more lap to go.
Down the backstretch goes Corey Turner into corner number 3 for the final time over Scott Kruder. Eric Gledhill, the battle to watch right now is 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Checkers out for Turner.
Kruder takes home 2nd, Gledhill 3rd. Steyer's 4th, Hoopin and settles for 5th ahead of Garrett Green, Aaron Turkey, and Tyler Rand. And Greg, you said it best. The intensity level changes on Nationals weekend. That was a heat race that would give you goosebumps watching.
Yeah, some of those slide jobs going back and forth with Corey Turner, Scott Kruder, and watching Glenn Steyer's there race with Eric Gledhill. Boy, oh boy, fun race to watch. And like you said, rejuvenating for Glenn Steyer's, I'm sure. He's had a phenomenal weekend.
Heat race number 3 rolls onto the track now. On the pole out of St. Thomas, the 52X is Jesse Costa. Starting 2nd out of Beachville, the 5 is DJ Christie. 3rd from Beamsville, the 88H is Josh Hansen. 4th from Binbrook, the number 9 is Liam Martin. 5th out of Brewerton, New York, the 87 is Jason Barney. 6th out of Bowmanville, the 70MM is Dale Curran. 7th from Victoriaville, Quebec, the 21 is Alex Terrian. And rounding out the field from Brockville, the 98R is Evan Reynolds. Some local flavor in the front 2 rows of this one, all Speedway regulars. In fact, 5 of the top 6 if you count the 70, normally driven by Dave McKnight. Dale Curran behind the wheel for this weekend.
Jesse Costa, DJ Christie will bring us to the green flag. Of course, Costa runner-up at the Crate Sprint Championship here at Oshwegan in 2023, but he's no stranger to 360 sprint cars.
Side by side through 1 and 2. Costa down low, Christie up high. Liam Martin going to follow Christie around the high side, but Jesse Costa not giving up. They go 3 wide through 3 and 4.
DJ Christie will lead the lap. It's Martin and Costa wheel to wheel down the front stretch. Martin will take the spot. He's working that high side to perfection. He launches it down the backstretch into 3.
Couple of exciting drivers. In fact, the top 3 of the young talent we have here at the Speedway that put on a dynamite show every Friday night.
You want to talk about intensity ratcheting up? Well, Liam Martin, he drives like this every week. There's nothing much different about what we're seeing now. He is just playing out fast, and he goes to the extreme outside of this racetrack every lap.
Jesse Costa in that 4th spot in the 52. He'll try to keep Jason Barney behind him in that 87. Get himself a transfer directly to the A main and pick up a minimum $1,750.
Liam Martin leads it down the backstretch over DJ Christie, Josh Hansen, and Jesse Costa trying to hold on to that final transfer spot. We're just at the halfway point in this one. Long from over, Costa trying to hold on as Barney reeling him in.
Costa's car did the same thing that Mac Demand did earlier on when he slid up in turn 2, and it's almost like the cushion caught him and the left rear kind of lifted up in the air. But that hasn't allowed Jason Barney to close the gap.
Liam Martin, meanwhile, catching the back part of the field. Evan Reynolds about to go a lap down as the live wire will rip down the front stretch into corner number 1. DJ Christie is straightaway back in 2nd. Then you've got Hansen holding down 3rd. But Barney is there now. He's within striking distance.
He's closing that gap with 2.5 laps to go. Jason Barney will pick up the 2nd spot. Jesse Costa right behind him. They'll swap lines into 3 and 4.
Here comes Costa down to the inside, but Barney now with 2 to go holds down that 4th and final transfer position. As they work down the backstretch, it looks like Barney's going to be able to pull away.
Yeah, Jason Barney, that car's coming to him as this race goes on. Liam Martin, final time down the back straightaway into turn number 3.
Here he comes off a corner for the checkered flag, and the live wire is hooked up tonight. He'll get the heat race win. Looks like DJ Christie, impressive run for him, will come home in 2nd over Josh Hansen. And then Jason Barney gets the 4th and final transfer spot over Jesse Costa. And then it's going to be Alex Terrian, followed by Dale Curran and Evan Reynolds. Wow. Liam Martin, man, oh man, he looked good there in that heat. And he pulled away, but there's just something about the laps he was running, very consistent and fast. He looked like he was in another zip code there, and he might be one to watch here tonight.
I think Barney's going to be as well. He's into the AMA now. He's not going to start near the front, but we've seen him charge through before, and Barney looked good in that heat race.
Heat race number 4 rolling on to the racetrack. Another 10 laps starting on the pole out of Grand Island, New York. The 21K, Kyle Phillips to his outside from Freelton in the 12 Double D. It's Darren Dryden. Lining up in position number 3 from Mount Bridges in the 45. Tricky Nick Sheridan. And to the 4th spot from St. Mathieu de Belleville, Quebec in the number 28. It's Jordan Poirier. 5th spot from Brantford, the 49L, Lucas Smith on his outside from Hamilton, the 19D of Alan Downey. And lining up in the 7th starting spot from St. Williams, the 21J, John Burbridge Jr.
There are only 7 cars in this. Usually that would be the last race. Unless someone scratched for the night that was supposed to be in this one. But they would have still appeared on the start list.
Conversations with Adam Ross. I don't know. Yeah, you're right. I don't know.
Oh, I thought you just talked about it. I was
no.
94X guys blew up in hot laps. 94X.
Yes.
Hey Clint, you're here tonight?
Not much is going on for me, guys. I'm just listening to two of the best do their thing.
Oh, you sweetheart.
Oh, I was talking about Terry and Doug running the program.
Fair enough.
I thought he was watching your Oh my, so Sheridan now is going to get the top spot. Kyle Phillips put back a row for that start. So we'll try it all over again. A snail's pace to the green flag. Tricky Nicky and Darren Dryden lead them down into 1.
Phillips had some issue there getting into the throttle that time. Alan Downey up to the 4th spot, slides up in front of Jordan Poirier. They'll do battle through 3 and 4, wow. And Poirier takes it back.
Wait till your son's doing that, Adam. That'll be a new level of anxiety for you to experience as Poirier threads the needle. Here he is trying to get by Kyle Phillips, working that outside line.
Out in front of Sheridan leading the way. He's got a healthy gap over Darren Dryden. Kyle Phillips doing battle with Jordan Poirier off of turn 2.
Sheridan off of corner number 4 will come by the stripe another time over Darren Dryden. He, along with Poirier and Phillips, right now the transfer cars. You got Smith, Downey, and Burbridge right now on the outside looking in.
Kyle Phillips running the bottom of the track. Jordan Poirier up around the high side. Poirier not really pulling away from the 21 of Phillips. Everyone's spread out around the racetrack, but things can change. We're only halfway through this qualifying heat.
Nick Sheridan, the start of his season was abysmal, and it was all motor related. And since they've got things straightened out around the month of August, he has been lightning quick. Picked up his first career 360 win at Brighton Speedway during the Labor Day Classic weekend. And the confidence has been oozing out of this driver since he got that win.
Oh, you're absolutely right, Greg. As I'm looking at Lucas Smith, speaking of confidence, he's a fun driver to watch just about all the time. He's trying to close that gap on Kyle Phillips to pick up the 4th position and transfer directly into the A main as Jordan Poirier just about hit the wall off of turn number 2.
2 laps left to go for Sheridan. And here comes the battle for second. Poirier to the outside of Dryden, down into corner number 1. He'll ride it up the banking. Dryden will get a good launch on the bottom, but here comes Poirier.
Side by side into 3. Dryden with a bit of an advantage, but Poirier so fast around the high side.
Koye has the spot at the flag stand, and now he's starting to close in on the leader as Sheridan goes into 3 and 4 the final time.
That car's definitely sprung to life for Poirier, but it's going to be Nick Sheridan taking the win. Poirier second, Dryden third. Kyle Phillips is going to hang on to fourth over Lucas Smith.
And Alan Downey and John Burbridge Jr. will complete the running order there in heat race number 4 with 2 qualifying heats left to go.
So Poirier, another driver who went from 4th to 2nd in his heat, so that's some good passing points for him as we keep an eye on some of the drivers we think are going to be in the pole dash coming up.
2 more heats left to go, and then they'll start tabulating the numbers. On the pole to heat race number 5 at a Tonawanda, New York, it's the 7NY of Matt Farnham. Second from Geneva, New York, the 22 is Jonathan Preston. Third out of Scotland, the 47X is Dylan Westbrook, and fourth from Sunnyvale, Texas, the 15H is Sam Haverteep Jr. Fifth from Cheektowaga, New York, the 94 is Todd Hoddick. Sixth out of Grimsby, the 90 is Travis Cunningham. Seventh from Port Byron, New York, the 2 is Dave Axton, and rounding out the field from Oswego in the 77T, it's Tyler Paulus. There's a little bit of talent in this heat.
Just a tad. That row number 2 is tough. Dylan Westbrook and Sam Haverteep Jr.
And row number 1 is pretty darn good with Matt Farnham and Jonathan Preston. Hoddick, there's more horsepower in that 94 than just about any 360 Sprint. They've always got smoke under the hood of those.
Green flag off the corner number 4, and off they go. Sam Haverteep went right out to the wall on the drop of the green flag, and he's always already tracking down Preston and Farnham. Here comes Preston to the inside of Farnham through 3 and 4.
Side by side off of 4, Farnham with the advantage. Preston second, Haverteep third, Dylan Westbrook fourth. Travis Cunningham right there in the 5th spot, holding off Todd Hoddick.
Close call there. Oh, Preston and Haverteep. Wow, close there into 3. It's right now Matt Farnham over Preston, Haverteep, and Westbrook, your transfer cars.
Top 4 with a bit of daylight between themselves and Travis Cunningham in the 90, but I'm impressed with how much speed Cunningham is holding up in that car.
Steadily in that 5th position, trying to keep pace with Dylan Westbrook. He's got Hoddick, Paulus, and Axton right behind him. Right now out in front, it is Matt Farnham, and Sam Haverteep not able to reel him in here as the laps wind on. The battle right now is for the 3rd spot. Preston and D-Dubs going at it.
Dylan Westbrook just had a mean turn 3 and 4 trying to close in on the 22. Couldn't do it. Preston pulled away, but then Preston had a bit of an issue that time in turn 2 that keeps him in the sights of the 47X of Westbrook.
Halfway home, 5 in, 5 to go in this 5th qualifying heat race of the night. Matt Farnham, now his lead is starting to dwindle away just a little bit. Haverteep's eating into it, but laps are starting to run away from Haverteep.
Farnham running the bottom in 1 and 2, the top in 3 and 4 as Jonathan Preston slides up the racetrack in turn number 2. Haverteep about 10 car lengths behind the race leader, but Farnham doing a great job out there running steady laps.
3 to go. Haverteep's there now. He's within striking distance, and he clips the wall on the backstretch just a little bit. 2 laps left to go. He's there now.
He had a bit of a look there in turn 4, scrubbed off a lot of speed. 1 and 2, he heads to the outside while Farnham runs the bottom.
Dave Axton right in front of the leaders, coming to the white flag. One more trip around. Does Haverteep have anything for Matt Farnham? They'll head into one more time.
They're going to close in on Dave Axton in that number 2. Farnham with a good exit off of 2, but not as good as Haverteep.
Wow, what a run he got. He'll dive down deep in corner number 3. Slides up in front of Farnham. Farnham back on the bottom. Haverteep gets the win.
What a move by Sam Haverteep on that final lap. 4th to 1st. An impressive job by Sam Haferteep stealing that win at the very end.
Watch this replay and the run down the backstretch. Like an extra 10 horsepower.
And Farnham did exactly what he needed to do. He rolled out just enough to get the run to the bottom, but Haferteep carried enough speed off the exit of the turn to hang on for that win.
So 5 complete and 1 more to go. 10 more laps, 4 more to transfer direct into the A main. On the pole for this one, from Burlington, the 46C, Ryan Conium. And to the outside, the defending winner of this event. In car number 15 from Dunnville, it's Ryan Turner. Starting in 3rd from St. Catharines, the 71, Mike Bowman. And from the 4th spot out of Scotland, the 87X, Sean Evans. Joe Tranka out of Clay, New York in the 98. Starts in 5th, starting 6th from Brantford in car number 10, downtown, Mitch Brown. 7th starting spot from Caister Center, the 11 is Jamie Turner. And going 8th out of Dunnville, the 46 of Kevin Pauls.
Final heat race of the night.
Not to take anything away from the other 5 drivers in this heat, but Ryan Turner, Mike Bowman, and Sean Evans have had lightning speed lately here. And got to talk to Sean Evans at the start of the night, and he's pretty happy with where he's at. He says the driver needs to get better. I said, I don't know. The driver's been really good too. And I wouldn't be surprised to see him up here challenging for the heat race win.
I wouldn't be either as we head towards the green flag of heat race number 6.
Ryan Turner kind of gets shuffled up the hill behind Ryan Conium. It opens the door for Mike Bowman, and he'll take that Dynablast 71 to the top spot.
Bowman was Johnny on the spot for that one. Sean Evans up in the 4th position in that 87X, but Joe Tranka, the 98, right there in striking distance as Conium blows it off the end of the back straightaway.
He'll jump back over the hill, but he's given the transfer spot away to Joe Tranka now. So the driver to Clay, New York moves up to the 4th spot. So you've got Bowman, Turner, and then it's Evans and Tranka, your top 4. Here comes Mitch Brown fighting for that 5th spot with Conium.
Brown and Conium doing bad. That works out well for Joe Tranka in the 98. Tranka trying to close in on Sean Evans' 87X.
Mike Bowman smooth and steady off of corners 3 and 4. Ryan Turner trying to track him down. Evans in that 3rd spot. Mike Bowman, what a year it's been. Picked up $30,000 in 1 week. And now tonight he has a chance to pick up $30,000 in one night. Mike Bowman, all eyes on him with the year he's had.
Ryan Conium tagged the turn 4 wall last time out of corner number 4, but we've got a battle for the 4th spot. Mitch Brown right up on the tail tank of Joe Tranka heading down into 3 and 4. Tranka down low, Brown to the high side.
Mitch Brown showed a lot of speed last night, and the Mitch Brown that we're used to seeing finally dialing in that new chassis on the 10 car. He's challenging Tranka, trying to get into the transfer spot.
Tranka to the high side in 3 and 4. Mitch Brown going to follow him around the outside, down the front straightaway. Where's he going to go in 1 and 2? Both of them head down to the bottom.
Bowman gets by Kevin Pauls. He'll see the 2 to go signal at the line, and then it's Ryan Turner still giving chase. Evans holding 3rd, and this is the battle right now for the 4th and final transfer spot. Mitch Brown down to the inside of Tranka. He edges ahead through corner number 2 on the bottom.
Brown got a great drive off the bottom of turn number 4. That propelled him down the front straightaway to finish that pass. Joe Tranka dropping back just a little bit, but out in front, it's all Mike Bowman with a checkered flag in the air. Bowman going to win heat race number 6. Ryan Turner going to come home 2nd. 3rd to Sean Evans. 4th to Mitch Brown.
Joe Tranka will move to the B main. Ryan Conium along with Jamie Turner and Kevin Pauls, will have to go through the last chance qualify. But you 10-lap races meaning something. Well, it meant a lot to Mitch Brown. He just got himself transferred to the A-Main. We'll be back here at Oshweekend Speedway on G-Force TV in just a moment.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Lockhart's Odyssey is BRP's newest marine dealer for the legendary Alumacraft fishing boats, the luxurious Manitous, and the affordable Sea-Doo Switch pontoons. Come aboard our new outdoor showroom, located here in Cortland at Lockhart's Odyssey, your BRP superstore.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on G-Force TV. Action Sprint Tour presented by BC Maine here at Oshweekend Speedway on G-Force TV. Greg Hellman along with Tommy Gooch joining us here in the booth. Clinton Jeffrey down trackside. And the C-Main, 13 cars, 10 laps, Adam.
2 cars transfer to the B. On the pole from Wingfleet, the 72 is Tanner Podwinski. Starting second from Oshweekend, the 9C is Brian Nanicoke. Third out of Cambridge in the 11W, Connor Ross. Fourth from Thamesford, the 14 is Larry Gledhill. Fifth from London, the 19M is Will March. Sixth out of Oshweekend, the MK8 is Matt Hill. We believe he is scratched for the night. Seventh out of Oshweekend, the 99 is Joshua Hill. Eighth from Harrisburg, the 14W is Greg Wilson. The 4K from Roslyn is Jamie Kay. The 69K from St. George is Ken Hamilton. The 38 from Six Nations is Derek Miller. The 14B is out of Simcoe. That's Broden Weiler. And rounding out the field because he weighed in light at the scales after winning his heat from St. Catharines, the 7A is Tyler Willard. 10 laps, 2 cars transferred to the B.
C-Main, here we go. The intensity should ratchet up. How's that going to work out for you here, Adam? Watching your son down there in the middle of this. Oh, hold on to it in corner number 2. It's Nanicoke, your leader, over Podwinski and Larry Gledhill.
Greg Wilson up to the 4th spot. Connor Ross back to 5th. Let's keep an eye on Tyler Willard trying to work through from the back of the field. He's just picked up the 6th position.
See what he can do as Ken Hamilton has an issue down there in corner number 2. Gets up out of the groove and keeps things going out front. It's all Brian Nanicoke and Tanner Podwinski right now holding down those 2 trans spots.
Tyler Willard looking to the inside of the 11 of Ross off of turn number 2. Doesn't have the momentum further back. Broden Weiler had a moment with Jamie Kay. Out in front continues to be Nanicoke leading the way.
Willard now down to the inside of Connor Ross looking for that 5th position. Willard trying to march his way into the top 2. Again, won his qualifying heat, light across the scale, started last here in this C-Main. Still got a lot of work to do, though. Still 6 laps left to go.
Lots of time, a yellow flag would probably be a benefit to Willard, but I don't know that he has the speed to work his way through. He's quick, but not quick enough to make those moves, Greg, to get where he needs to go.
Halfway home in this C-Main. As right now, Tanner Podwinski's beginning to put the heat on Brian Nanicoke for that top spot. Now, they've checked out a little bit from Larry Gledhill, but they don't know. They have no clue who's behind them as Tanner Podwinski right now gets the top spot. All they know is I need to be in the top 2, and as far as I can get away from the rest of the pack, that's where I need to be. So they're racing not knowing they had that buffer.
We got some slower traffic as well that's going to play a apart. Will March in that 19 is a little unpredictable. Tanner Pott goes into the corner, shoots up the racetrack. And look at Larry Gledhill trying to close in and make an issue of the transfer spot. Connor Ross trying to knock down in turn 2.
Yeah, Larry Gledhill has caught Brian Anacoke. He's within striking distance with 2 laps left to go. He might have something for the driver of the 9C, so we'll see if this transfer spot's going to hold on. Tanner Podwinski boxed in behind a slower car, the lane he wants to run, and he hasn't decided to move to the outside.
That could prove to be costly with the white flag out, the top 3 right together. Down the back straightaway the final time. Podwinski down low. He's going to get bottled up again. He has to check up.
Here comes Nanacoke to the outside. Nanacoke will take the C-main win. Can let Gledhill get to the outside? He won't. Podwinski will cross the line second and hold on to the transfer spot.
Gledhill, his night's done. Same for Greg Wilson, Tyler Willard, Connor Ross, Ken Hamilton, Derek Miller, Broden Weiler, and Joshua Hill. As well as Jamie Kay and Will Marsh. Now they've got to make it over the scale successfully.
C-main scheduled next for the 360s. 6 cars.
And I don't think
2 transfer. I think they're going to have a bit of a wait here to get the cars ready for the C-main, so we'll take a quick break here on G-Force TV and be right back.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. G-Force TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bushwick Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a die-hard fan or a casual viewer, G-Force TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at gforcetv.net and start watching today.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Weekend Speedway Racing on G-Force TV is brought to you by Pinty's, making great food fun. And by Quick Wick, the world's best fire starter.
Ready to go with the C-main for the 360 sprint cars. Just waiting on a couple of cars to make their way out. 6 in total. 2 will transfer. 10 laps the distance. The starting lineup looks like this. On the pole from Oswego, New York in the 36, it's Logan Crisafulli. To the outside, Tyler Rand from Picton in the 84. Evan Reynolds from Brockville in the 98R will start in the 3rd spot. Kevin Pauls from Dunnville in the 46. He'll line up 4th. Dave Axton out of Port Byron, New York in the 2, scheduled to go 5th. And Derek Jonathan from Lewiston, New York in the 81 will go from the 6th spot. See Derek Jonathan there. We're just waiting on Dave Axton.
Now, Kevin Pauls probably didn't even get out of his car. Because he was in that 6th heat.
Yeah, quick turnaround there. And we're waiting on Tyler Rand as well as Dave Axton. The white flag displayed, so.
Yeah, I know Tyler Rand ran his heat race, but when they were putting heat in the motors earlier, they were the last car, one of the last cars to shut down their engine. They were doing all kinds of stuff, both in the cockpit and in the engine bay, so I'm not so sure that Rand is going to be able to. Well, we know he's not going to start this one now, but I don't think he was able to get going because of those engine gremlins earlier.
So Rand and Axton won't make the call. 2 of these drivers will go on to the B main. The other 2 will be done for the night. And Derek Jonathan, he's the wily veteran of the group here.
Chris Afulli out in front. He'll lead lap number 1. Someone's engine sounds terrible. You can even feel the mist in the floor of the tower.
Lap number 2 on the board for Chris Afulli. He is the leader.
I think it's Derek Jonathan in the 2nd spot.
Has a gap all to himself between the leader and that battle for the 3rd position of Pauls and Evan Reynolds. I think you're right, it is Derek Jonathan.
Good battle between Reynolds and Pauls going on for that 3rd spot. Who knows what's going to happen with Derek Jonathan, so they'll want to keep him in their sights out in front. It's all Chris Afulli in the 36 machine.
2 drivers continuing to learn their craft here with Pauls and Reynolds, and Kevin Pauls has done some great things this year on a team that doesn't have the largest of budgets, but the biggest hearts and some good runs this year, and racing their way into A mains.
That's the important part. Derek Jonathan holding on to 2nd, but Evan Reynolds closing in that 98 machine.
4 laps left to settle this. It's all Logan Chris Afulli right now. He's from Oswego, New York, out in front in that Mike Stelter-owned number 36. And Derek Jonathan, as you said, he's got company. Here comes Evan Reynolds. The battle for the final transfer spot. 3 laps left to go. Reynolds on the bottom. Derek Jonathan slips up a little bit in corner number 2, and Reynolds is going to take the 2nd spot.
Pulls out front into turn number 3, but Derek Jonathan drives it deeper on the high side with 2 laps to go. This battle, I think, is going to go right down to the wire.
Yeah, hard to believe. 4-car race for 2 spots, and the 2 cars that are in the fight right now for the important position. Chris Afulli is going to pick up the win. Reynolds creeps into corner number 3. Here comes Jonathan. Got it wound up on the outside, but Reynolds will get the final transfer spot into the B main. So Derek Jonathan and Kevin Pauls are done for the night. Logan Chris Afulli will pick up the win. Evan Reynolds will join him into the B main. So that will conclude our C main action. It looks like next up on the schedule, we'll have a brief intermission. I believe there's some awards to be handed out, so we'll take a quick break here on G-Force TV and be back with some of our intermission festivities.
When your dream car becomes a nightmare, leaving you frustrated, stranded, and broke, you say,
"Goodbye, you piece of..." Let's take it to TKC.
What? You gotta pee?
TKC!
Let's take this piece of to TKC Metal Recycling. They pay cash for scrap cars.
TKC will recycle your piece of car. Got a piece of car? Visit TKC Metal Recycling, 20 Cushman Road, St. Catharines.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pesticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Rev up your engines and get ready for some high-octane action. GeForce TV is your one-stop destination for all the best racing action across Ontario. With free live coverage of the APC Series, Bush Weekend Speedway, Southern Ontario Sprints, and much more. You won't miss a single moment of the excitement. Whether you're a diehard fan or a casual viewer, GeForce TV has everything you need to stay up to date on the latest racing news and events. Head to our website at geforcetv.net and start watching today. Weekend Speedway Racing on GeForce TV is brought to you by Mighty Wipes, the strongest wipe around, and by NTN, delivering the ultimate bearing experience.
Back live at Oshweekend Speedway here on GeForce TV as Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet presents the Northern Sprint Car Nationals, presented by Nitro 54 Variety, Aero Express, and of course we've had some other folks chipping in money as well. Riverside Bait and Tackle has added money to this, as well as Sitting Bull Construction, Sitting Bull Tire rather, and I just want to thank everyone that's been a part of that, being a part of this huge Northern Sprint Car Nationals, just getting things lined up down in Quick Firestarter Victory Lane for some of our specialty awards being handed out here this evening. As we see the drivers down there getting ready and getting their awards, and we'll send it down to Clinton Jeffrey here in just a moment to talk with some of these award winners.
Thanks, Greg. As we get set to go down here, I got Tommy Gooch. Tommy, step in here. Tommy's been a big part of the organization group here with the Nationals. Tommy, great to have you back. We'll turn it over to you. You can go interview some of these drivers. Good to have you, Tommy. Let's start with you and Eric Gledhill. Let's go talk to our fastest Canadian qualifier.
Sure, thank you, Clinton. And we'll get down here and talk to Eric Gledhill, rookie driver this year in the 360 sprint cars. And I don't think a lot of fans would have picked you to be the fastest Canadian, almost fast time overall, about 100th of a second difference. And you really picked up your program the second half of the year, haven't you?
Oh, it's been amazing. Everyone back at Nathan Ackland Racing does an amazing job for me. Jamie Collard's got this thing hooked up. Jeff Earl helped me in the pits all the time. I can't thank everyone enough. My wife and 2 daughters for letting me waste all the time playing with race cars.
What do you think you got for them in the main tonight?
We're going to see what we can do. The slick track hasn't been my thing, but we're starting to get it dialed in here at the end of the year. I'm really hoping we got something for them.
There he is. That's Eric Gledhill. He's your fastest Canadian qualifier. The award sponsored by Oshweekend Speedway. And we'll get over here. We'll get a word with Alex Hill. She's talking to the Best Appearing Car Committee over here. And Bill Pure Memorial Best Appearing Car. This award's been given out every year since 2005. How does it make you feel having this car up here on the front stretch?
Yeah, I'm so happy to showcase this car with the Every Child Matters on it and raise awareness for such a great cause. And can't thank Steve Lyons enough for designing it. And we had it actually out. We made it 2 years ago, and we're finally putting. And she wasn't too fast in the heat, but she looks good.
We don't see you around here quite as much as we used to. We see you on Friday Night Thunder TV sometimes. But tell the fans who maybe don't see you all that much what you've been up to the last couple of years.
Yeah, I've been racing in the States, and I went to school in California, graduated there in 2021, and just been roaming around, hanging out, and trying to get a job in the public mental health field, and racing at Knoxville Raceway weekly, and yeah.
Yeah, she's been putting on those frequent flyer miles, I know. How about a hand for Alex Hill and her crew putting together this Every Child Matters car? And that award sponsored by Corpac Merchandising. move on. Oh, Alex Terrian is in the B main, so he's got to get back out there. But Alex Terrian, all the way from Victoriaville, Quebec, you get the Travis Roots Long Haul Award. And like we said, you're going to be in this B main. You got some work ahead of you.
Yeah, I have to go to prepare my car, so I would like to make the final, so I will make some adjustments to my car.
There is. That's Alex. He made the haul all the way from Victoriaville, Quebec. Put your hands together for him. Last but certainly not least, Jordan Thomas, the Dip It Chip Fastest Qualifier Award. And that's going to put a cool $300 Canadian in your pocket. And fourth to second in the heat race, not too bad as well. Gets you up in the passing points.
Yeah, we just made it in on points there for the dash, and that's going to be a good test for us. See what we got for the feature. It really means a lot to be in that, get to see what you're going to have for the feature. I know this place is going to get shined off and pretty slick, so we'll get a little bit of testing. And like last night, we weren't that great, and to come here, set fast time overall with this field of cars, it's a great thing for me and the team. And we're starting out fast, and $300 is great, but we're going for the big money here tonight.
Yeah, $30,000 to win. I know you've got that on your list. Put your hands together now for Jordan Thomas, your fastest qualifier here tonight. And we'll throw it to break on GeForce TV.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman, Cam K, every Monday night at 7 p.m. on GeForce TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
We are back at Oshweekon Speedway here on GeForce TV for the 19th running of the Sprint Car Nationals. Great crowd over in the pit area here tonight. There you see the Strickland Pace truck all lined up and ready to go. We're waiting for the B feature on the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. They'll be up next. 20 cars in total in that, running 12 laps. That'll be followed by the B feature for the 360 sprint cars. There's two of our runners last night.
Two of our highlights. What are we going to do tonight if Mac DeMann and Cam Thompson aren't out there in the B main? Two people that are always making highlights. Now, is Miles in the house tonight? Because he just sent me another message. Miles, I just told Clint we were off the air that you have a couple of bananas to challenge him with, and Miles is actually sweetening the pot because that's what all of our partners have been doing tonight. He wants to throw in a pickle as well.
Oh, my.
I don't owe him anything.
Listen, I'm here to tell you, you owe Miles Hill a great deal. I can't believe you would say that out loud to one of our faithful supporters.
Do you like pickles, Clint?
Clint has a limited palate. I'll stop bothering him.
All right, B Main lined up for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. And this is how they'll line up for this race. Top 6 will transfer out of 20 cars. On the pole out of Ancaster, D-Nex is Keegan Baker to the outside. Rob Neely from Rockwood in the 74. Row number 2 on the inside is Trayton Lapsovich from Grimsby in the 20L. And to his outside from Cherry Valley, the 9 of Adam Turner. Row number 3 on the inside from Stony Creek to 24A is A.J. Lewis. Curtis Gartley from Thamesford in the 45 lines up in 6th. Greg Smolders out of Dorchester in the 00 starts 7th. And the General Lee Latisseur from Alexandria in the 51L will start in 8th. Going off 9th out of Kitchener, car number 2 is Travis Hofstetter. And Blaine Barrow from Welland in the 3B starts 10th. The Iceman, Johnny Miller from Six Nations in the 20 will start 11th with Ashton Van Every out of Oshweek in the 77E. He'll go from the 12th spot. 13th starting position from Kitchener. The plus is Adrian Staley, and Tyler Ward from Woodstock lines up 29 in the 29W 14th. Connor Mahoney in the 5C from Waterdown lines up 15th. The outside of him, John Cadman from Smithville in the 71C. Mark Suprinant from Ottawa on the 52M starts 17th. 18th is Trevor Young Lancaster in the 51. Brian Danicoke from Oshweek in the 9C. He won the C main. He will move on here to the 19th starting spot, and Tanner Podwinski in the 20th starting position from Waynefleet in the 72. 12 laps, 20 cars, 6 to transfer into tonight's main event for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's.
The next 2 races, my favorite races on any card, a Consi or a B main that means something. 6 drivers are going to earn their way into the feature event tonight, and that's going to make them $500 minimum. Just by qualifying for this race, they make $500. Everyone outside of the top 6 will load up their race cars, probably watch the features, and go home.
How tough is it to get into an A main here this weekend with the crate sprints? The driver who finished 2nd last night lines up 11th in this B main, the Iceman, Johnny Miller.
Our points leader for this series is lined up outside of a qualified spot. Lee Latisseur in the 51 starting 8th. He's got to get to the top 6.
Let's do a quick fired up the sights and sounds of the last chance dance for the Action Sprint Tour.
And we'll have to take another swing at that as Sabrina up in turn number 2, and that 52 is spun out. We'll rack them up. Try again. You mind if I turn off the air conditioning, Greg?
I wouldn't have minded about 2 hours ago, honestly. I'm good, but I know your perspiration state of affairs.
I'm going to let that slide this time, Greg. Take the high road.
I am not looking forward to going back to the terrarium next week at Delaware, though.
The hot box.
Oh, I've been in there.
It is warm.
I just had a flashback.
Picture sitting next to Adam Ross with his shirt buttoned down to, well, let's just say farther than I wanted it to be unbuttoned.
I mean, the views there are great once the sun goes down.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Adam.
No. I mean, you can once the sun goes down and it's cooled off in there, it's a really great work from. But
It absolutely is.
In the daytime, it is all glass.
I feel like we should have been selling car insurance while we were in there. The little gringo. Here we go. We'll try it again with a quick fire it up.
Yeah, one to go though. You're a little premature there.
Spencer threw me off.
I was gonna throw it down to Clinton, but I think he's still mad about the pickle.
That was the quietest fired up ever.
I like how engaged our partners are here at the racetrack.
I'm so hungry I could eat 2 bananas and a pickle right now. That's a weird combination.
It really is.
Let's fire it up. No. Get that. Back into the caution. Greg Smulders, Connor Mahoney round.
we had any yellows tonight? Well, this. I'm trying to think of one.
Yeah.
Have we had what?
Yellows tonight.
I think we had one for a bad start.
Yeah, I think that's all we've had. Say hello to Jerry, watching from home in Manitoba, along with Memphis and Abby. But Kevin is here in the stands, and we much prefer that. Clinton, what's going on, man?
Not much for me to do tonight, you guys just mentioned, but I can tell you the 50-50 is at $5,800 so far. So keep buying your tickets, pink sellers are around.
Tell you what, the best nights we can have, and as much as we love working with Clinton and keeping him busy, we have a replay here on G-Force as Smulders got up over AJ Lewis's left rear tire. The best nights are where Clinton doesn't have a lot to do, because that means we haven't wrecked race cars, and we really enjoy those evenings. The drivers have been doing a great job, but Zigger and the track crew have also done a fantastic job. This track had some character this year. It had some challenges, and it took them a little while to get it right, but once they did, I'd say they've been knocking it out of the park ever since.
Yeah, this racetrack's been excellent here in the back half of the season.
And this week is really taxing on them because they got to do it three times in a row. Test it tune Thursday, racing Friday, Saturday. So not a lot of sleep for the track crew, and we appreciate it.
Young Keegan Baker going to fire off again at the front. Tale of two drivers in that front row. Keegan Baker, very young. Rob Neely, a seasoned veteran on the outside in that 74.
Take three, quick, fire it up. Left to go 9 this time by the flag stand as we've got a good battle going on for the 4th spot. Trayton Lapsevich has the spot. AJ Lewis was prepping him, and now Lapsevich working on Adam Turner.
6 cars going to transfer out of this one, so Lee Ladiseur in that 6th spot, but I wouldn't feel good with Ashton Van Every right behind. The slicker the track gets, the better Ashton Van Every seems to do in that 77 machine.
This is why I like this division, Adam. We're watching Adam Turner and Trayton Lapsevich race. These two drivers come from great racing families who before this would probably have never crossed paths anywhere else.
100%. I couldn't agree more. As look at Ashton Van Every close in on Ladiseur and AJ Lewis. Van Every to the high side as we reach the midway point.
Jay Lewis with a flat left front. He just pulled into the infield, guys. He'd been limping around for about 2 laps after clipping the turn 1 wall.
Heartbreaker there. He was in contention to be in a transfer spot at the end of this one.
So now the driver to watch is Johnny Miller in that 20 machine. He finished second last night. He just got around Curtis Gartley for the 7th spot. He needs to pick up one more position to make it into the show.
Barrow goes around right in front of the leader, Keegan Baker. That puts us back under the caution flag. They receive Barrow in the 3B.
That yellow flag works into the favor of Johnny Miller. And John Cadman, I'd say, in that 71, a couple of drivers who had been making moves and working their way forward. This will restack the deck with 5 laps of racing still to come.
Blaine Barrow back with us tonight, guys. As you recall, he'd been off for a couple seasons, becoming a fireman, so his new name will be Blazing Blaine Barrow when he gets back with us full time, but sometimes you gotta adult a bit before you can go play at the racetrack.
See, now I would have thought maybe that's what we'd call the driver of the 420.
Not touching it.
You're right.
Tonight.
Your idea is better.
It was Kent Barrow who mentioned it, Blaine's dad, a couple seasons ago, when we asked where has he been, and here he appears for Nationals weekend. Once again, got to send a huge shout out to all our supporters for both the Action Sprint Tour and the 360s here, the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. What a weekend it's been. Just some amazing people coming on board, and we'll talk a bit about more of them later on tonight.
So it's Baker, Neely, Lapsevich, Turner, Ladiseur, and Van Every right now, the transfer cars. Johnny Miller, 1 spot out. What a story last night. 2nd place behind Mike Bowman in the Northern Crate Nationals. And here he is. This is how tough this field is. He's still trying to make his way into the A main for tonight. There are no provisionals. You race in or watch.
Yeah, this isn't I mean, we haven't talked about it much, but the points race for the Action Sprint Tour, we're coming down to the end here. This is the 3rd to the last race of the year. And Johnny Miller's up to 7th now after his run last night in the national point standings. So he really needs to get into this feature to try to gain some more points.
Well, and I think he's got it in him. We'll see what shakes down here. 5 laps to go as they take this restart.
Van Every himself is in a transfer spot. He's done what he did last night. Charging hard, came from the 12th starting spot in this one up to the 6th spot. Here comes Johnny Miller to his inside.
Trayton Lapsevich up to the 2nd spot. He'll look to make a move on Keegan Baker. He loses ground there in turn number 2. John Cadman loses some spots in turn 2 as well.
Here comes Lapsevich. He found something earlier on in the night on the outside. And here he is at the line. He's right there on the right rear of Keegan Baker. This is the same line that he used to get that good starting spot in this B main.
Uh-oh, Ladiseur takes the 5th spot. Adam Turner now 6th. But here comes Johnny Miller. 2 laps to go, and Adam Turner's in the hot seat.
And it's Lapsevich, your leader. So Trayton Lapsevich, Keegan Baker going back and forth. And then the battle for 3rd right now, Rob Neely and Van Every. Ladiseur solidly in 5th, and Turner feeling the pressure from the Iceman.
Last time around, Turner running the inside off of turn number 4. He'll go near the bottom in 1 and 2, but he leaves the door open for Johnny Miller.
Turner shuts the door. Checkers coming out. Trayton Lapsevich is going to pick up the B main win over Keegan Baker. Then it's Rob Neely, Ashton Van Every, Lee Ladiseur. Turner holds on. Wow.
And he held off a hard-charging Johnny Miller in that number 20. It's what's so amazing about this class and racing, and it's what's so devastating about racing in this class, to go from the highest of highs to a disappointing night where Johnny Miller is going to have to watch this A-feature event from the sidelines.
It's real. And it's emotional. And it can be exciting, and it can hurt. And I'm sure Johnny Miller's just experienced both of those. Man, wasn't for a lack of trying there on Adam Turner.
No, that's for sure. And the difference being, last night we started 30 cars. Tonight we start 24 cars, and that's a huge difference.
And that was big for Turner, too. He came in 4th in the points and still has a shot at the title. So he and Ladouceur both breathe a sigh of relief after that being made.
Absolutely. Here's how they're going to line up for the B feature of this one. 12 laps is the distance. Top 6 cars to transfer. On the pole at Niagara Falls, the 70 is Bailey Hurd. Alongside him from Grimsby, the 90 is Travis Cunningham. Starting 3rd from Ohsweken, the 77T is Tyler Powless to his outside from Fenwick. The 14H is Jim Hoopinen. 5th out of Brantford, the 49L is Smith, and 6th from Clay, New York, the 98 is Joe Trenka. 7th in the 15 Double G from Dade City, Florida, it's Garrett Green, and starting 8th from Victoriaville, Quebec, the 21 is Alex Terrien. 9th out of St. Thomas, the 52X is Jesse Costa. 10th from Hamilton, the 19D is Alan Downey. 11th out of Dorchester, the 1 is Holly Porter, and 12th from St. Williams, the 21J is John Burbridge Jr. 13th out of Keister Center, the 11 is Jamie Turner. 14th out of Burlington, the 46C is Ryan Conium. Dale Curran in the 70mm from Bowmanville. Todd Hoddick in the 94 out of Cheektowaga, New York. Starting 17th in the 68 out of Ohsweken, it's Aaron Turkey. 18th from Six Nations, the 77X is Alex Hill. And then our C-Main transfers, Logan Crisafulli in the 36 and the 98 hour of Evan Reynolds.
Green is out off. They go into corner number 1, 6 spots on the line. The intensity's going to ratchet up here big time as Travis Cunningham says, "Excuse me, I'm on my way to the lead."
Cunningham went into turn number 1 with a plan. Get to the bottom quickly. He snuck around. Bailey Hurd in the number 70, and he'll lead the way as we've got one spinning down the front straightaway to the infield. That's Tyler Powless in the 77.
And he's out of harm's way, so that is going to cost him a chance to get pushed off and join this field again. As we stay under the green flag, it's all Travis Cunningham right now for Bailey Hurd. Here comes the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopin, and he's been quick. They piece that car together for this weekend, and look at him go. He's in a transfer spot now trying to track down the leader.
Sixth position is a tight battle. Alan Downey looking for it. Garrett Green has the spot right now, but Downey and Holly Porter applying the pressure.
Some drivers we would not expect to see outside of transfer spots right now in a B main. Boy, oh boy, tough to get into this Northern Sprint Car Nationals. There we watch the transfer spot, and we also watch the leader, Travis Cunningham, who's just been stuck and committed to the bottom since the drop of the green flag, like you mentioned, Adam.
Great start for Evan Reynolds in the 98. I don't know how he did it, but he passed about 6 or 7 cars right off the hop. He's still quite a ways from a transfer spot, but good start to the race for the driver of that 98.
We are halfway home in this one. It's been all Travis Cunningham. The Red Rocket, Jim Hoopinen, got up to him and has not been able to make the pass. For Travis Cunningham, it may not look like the fastest way around, but right now it is. He's finding all that moist clay right down against the wall. He's holding his line lap by lap, and it's doing the job.
Travis Cunningham loves that inside line. We saw it bite him a couple of times last season when he clipped the inside wall, so he's got to keep enough room to not knock the left front tire off of that race car with the inside wall, as here comes Hoopinen as they close in on slower traffic.
And you make a good point there, Adam. We always talk about how dangerous it is to go off the banking if you run the outside line, but it's just as tricky to run a fast, consistent lap, tagged right to that inside wall, because it can eat you up in a hurry.
It is very technical, very challenging as Travis Cunningham starting to pick away at slower traffic.
Oh, the Red Rocket really throws it into corner number 3. Here they come up a 4. Cunningham will continue to lead with 2 laps left to go.
Heavy traffic in front of our leader, Travis Cunningham. He'll close in on Ryan Conium as Hoopanen way up the racetrack in turn number 2. Cunningham drives to the inside of Conium in 3. He'll clear him in 4.
He'll pick up the white flag this time by just watching the battle for the final transfer spot. Holly Porter do everything she can to catch Garrett Green in that Nitro 54-15 GG.
Battle for the win coming through turn number 4. Cunningham down low. He'll take the win over Hoopanen. Third going to go to Lucas Smith. Fourth to Bailey Hurd. Fifth to Joe Trenka. And Garrett Green takes the final transfer spot ahead of Holly Porter, Jesse Costa, and Alan Downey.
That is a great story and a great win for Travis Cunningham. Motor problems late in the season. He wasn't able to continue in the points chase, but there's a big victory for the driver of that number 90 machine, the driver of the Grimsby, Travis Cunningham, with a statement win there, and a great run by Jim Hoopanen as well. That team did not race all year in that 14H. He slipped behind the wheel of the 77 car a couple of occasions, but some good stories there, along with Lucas Smith. Bailey Hurd, another team that works out of the smallest shop in Ontario and the biggest hearts. They come home fourth and into the show, along with Joe Trenka and Garrett Green.
News from the scales. Trayton Lapsovich was light at the scales. He has been disqualified. That puts Johnny Miller in the show.
Wow. Wow, 120 sees the benefit of the other 20 not passing through inspection. That is huge.
Disappointment for Trayton Lapsovich. He'll be able to make up for that tomorrow. He's going to race at Sunset Speedway in the Junior Hanley Classic. But disappointment here tonight. He put on a great show. So the scales we've been getting. Sorry, Greg.
Sorry, just a quick announcement. They've found a phone that is, it's down at the front gate. So if you've lost your phone, go down to the front gate. They also need Maria Hamstra to go to the front gate as well, please. That's a separate issue there. I think they found something of yours down there as well. All right. Sorry, Adam.
Yeah, don't be.
Pole dash time for the 360 sprints. 8 cars, 5 laps. Starting in the pole for this one from Sunnyvale, Texas, driving the 15H, Sam Hafer-Teep Jr. To his outside from Binbrook, car number 9, the live wire, Liam Martin. Starting third from Mount Bridges in the 45, it's Tricky Nicky Nick Sheridan. And going from the 4th spot from St. Catharines, the 71, Mike Bowman. Rolling on 5th out of Antwerp, New York in his final Nationals run, car number 10C, Jeff Cook. And starting in 6th from Tilsonburg, the 17X, Corey Turner. And in the back row from Harding, Pennsylvania, in the 79, it's Jordan Thomas. And to his outside from St. Matthew to Belleville, Quebec, in the 28, Jordan Poirier.
How they finish in this dash is how they'll line up to take the green in the Northern Sprint Car Nationals here tonight.
Off they go. And this is a race. It's like a teeter-totter. One way, you want to get the very best starting position you can. On the other hand, you want to have a car left to race with come feature time.
No, you're absolutely right. But Hafer-Teep is right where he wants to be. Out in front in that 15H. Nick Sheridan searching a little bit for the line he wants to run in the 2nd spot, with Liam Martin running his familiar line on the high side in 3rd.
Sam Hafer-Teep's been so good all weekend long. Last night checked out and gone and won his twin 15. He's been hooked up here tonight. Nick Sheridan trying to follow in his tire tracks along with Liam Martin. Here's Mike Bowman, the first car that's down working the inside line.
2 laps to go already in this dash. Hafer-Teep out in front in his own zip code, but we could have a battle for 2nd and 3rd. Nick Sheridan 2nd in the 45. Liam Martin and Mike Bowman hot on his heels.
White flag is out for Sam Hafer-Teep Jr. Nick Sheridan holding down 2nd. Martin and Bowman continue to go at it. and decide who's going to start right behind Sam Haferteep at this point.
The pole for tonight going to go to Sam Haferteep. Nick Sheridan going to start second. Liam Martin, Mike Bowman, Jordan Poirier, Jordan Thomas, Corey Turner, and Jeff Cook.
So Sunnyvale, Texas's Sam Haferteep Jr. will pick up the pole dash win. And he'll start on the pole for the 19th running of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals.
Should make note, we've mentioned Sam Haferteep from Texas, but his team is actually based in Brownsburg, Indiana, and that's why he didn't get the Long Tow Award. We always get questions about that every year. It's based on how many miles they had to travel to get here, not necessarily where they're from.
Yeah, Garrett Green would have also been,
Yeah.
but his team based here.
His team's based from just around the corner, so maybe we need a second frequent flyer award.
There you go. There you go. So just getting ready for the next event, which will be the A Main for the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. And we'll take a quick break on G-Force and be right back from a Weekend Speedway.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
When your dream car becomes a nightmare, leaving you frustrated, stranded, and broke, you say,
Goodbye, you piece of Let's take it to TKC.
What? You gotta pee?
TKC!
Let's take this piece of to TKC Metal Recycling. They pay cash for scrap cars.
TKC will recycle your piece of car. Got a piece of car? Visit TKC Metal Recycling, 20 Cushman Road, St. Catharines.
It all started for us at the racetrack, from dirt to water. We have continued to keep the adrenaline and drive to make sure that we are always in the forefront. We are driven to give our customers the absolute best in service, products, and memories with your family. No matter what your passion is, whether it's on the water, in the dirt, on the snow, or on the road, we will always be here welcoming you over and over again through the doors here at Lockhart's. You're not just a customer here, you are part of our team.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Introducing the Fleet lineup by Cargoease. Our commercial and Titan series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the Cargoease Fleet lineup.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Get ready to experience the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour. Join your host and wingman Cam K every Monday night at 7 p.m. on GeForce TV for an hour of non-stop excitement and in-depth analysis of the hottest racing series around. From the latest race highlights to expert analysis and insider commentary, you'll get an exclusive look at everything you need to know about the NASCAR Pinty Series. Tune in for the NASCAR Pinty Series Power Hour, the ultimate destination for race fans everywhere.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick perfected fire. Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Busch Weekend Speedway Racing on GeForce TV is brought to you by Tiffany Gate. Indulge in a world of fresh meals, sides, salads, and more.
Back live at Oshweekend Speedway.
Countdown.
I wish
10. Nut, you're on.
Back in now. I wish the fans could hear what's in our ears.
It's fun, though. I love it.
Back live at Oshweekend on GeForce TV with 2 races left to go. Oh, sorry, I thought you were going to say something.
I was, and then I realized, oh, no, it's Greg's turn.
Thanks. Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's, lining up over on the warm-up track, getting ready to go for their 25-lap main event, national event number 6 on the tour. 2 more to come, and they're at Humberstone Speedway at the end of the month. Is that 29th, 30th? Is that what the dates are? I should know this, yes. 29th, 30th at Humberstone Speedway. We'll have that on GeForce TV, and if you want to catch a great weekend down in Port Colborne, that is a phenomenal weekend. That's turned out to be. The Southern Ontario Sprints will be there as well. And 2 big nights at Humberstone, and Terry Vince and the crew really treat everyone first class down there. So make sure you join us. And again, we'll have that on GeForce. Next week on GeForce, be at Delaware Speedway for the finale for the Quick Super Stocks and the APC Series.
That's a fun weekend at Delaware, too. 3 nights of racing. Super Stocks on Friday, APC Saturday, Pinty Series Sunday, champions crowned.
So John Miller says that it's his 29th anniversary with he and Chris tomorrow. So happy anniversary, and I'm sure that was an early anniversary present last night. It wasn't a victory, but I'm sure that was as close as you can get to celebrating. That was great for the Miller family.
Second is as close as you can get to winning.
Yes, I know. Winning. Thanks, Einstein.
I'm here for you.
So happy anniversary, John and Chris. And had another note here. Where is it? Ah, yes, Jonathan says he can fill in for you at Humberstone, Jonathan. How?
Nice.
Could it be permanent? You can fill in Saturday, too, if you really want.
You'll miss me when I'm gone.
You'd like to think so.
Who would challenge you? Who would render you speechless?
That's true.
What in God's name did he just say?
All right, Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. 25 laps, 24 cars. I guess you want me to do the lineup here? Is that what we're getting at?
It's your turn.
Come on.
Let's take
Remember
turns.
the heats for the Action Sprint Tour. Anyways.
I don't know where
I did 5 of 6. Yeah, it's my turn. Starting in the pole for this one out of Cortland in car number 5 is Tom Pellizzari to the outside the 2. And from Georgetown, it's Steve Murdoch.
Starting in third from Picton in the 87, it's Andrew Hennessy. To his outside from Wayne Fleet, the 85C is Cam McKinnon.
Starting in the 5th spot from Brockville, the 52 RHR, Matt Billings. Into his outside, Al Slate from St. Catharines in the 2S.
Pretty potent row number 4, starting 7th from Mississauga. It's the highlight man, McTaman, in the number 4. To his outside from Waynfleet, the BS39 is Brett Stratford.
Going off 9th out of Theresa, New York in the 1V, it's John Verne Jr. And to his outside from Pierreville, Quebec, the 19, Matthew Bardier.
Starting 11th from Mossley, the 3S is Austin Rose. And starting 12th from Rockwood, the 94 is Ryan Fraser.
Salmon Arm, BC in the 26, it's John Verney starting 13th, 14th, 4-barrel Daryl Pelche from Port Perry in the 4B.
15th out of St. Catharines, the 71 is Mike Bowman. 16th from Listowel. No, it's from Ethel. The 97 is Sheldon Bender.
Going off in the 17th spot at Brantford, the 88 Lance Erskine. Starting 18th out of Oshweek, the 28T is Cameron Thompson.
19th from Ancaster, the 16X is Keegan Baker. 20th from Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely.
Going off 21st out of Oshweek, the 77E is Ashton Van Every. And rolling off 22nd from Alexandria, the 51L, the General, Lee Ladisseur.
Final row on the inside from Cherry Valley. The 9 is Adam Turner, and rounding out the field, it's the Iceman, Johnny Miller from Six Nations in the 20. Do you feel good about that? That was good sharing. I can almost guarantee you there is no race broadcast, no race announcers in the world who have ever had that conversation on the air. Ever.
I thought that as it was happening. And I'm just picturing Clint's face. What are these guys doing?
We're up here doing rock, paper, scissors.
The sad part was I went and saw Miles, and I have no idea what you guys are talking about, so now I'm really worried.
Oh, never mind. Never mind.
Good. It's all good.
Spencer, clip that part out.
Nothing to see here. Just teamwork.
The whole pays till the announcers pass tech tonight.
Oh, we're not passing tech.
Hey, just want to wish a quick happy birthday. Crystal Souls, one of our many stalkers here. Terry says, happy birthday, Crystal. Glad you're celebrating with us here at Nationals Weekend as they get ready to go 4 wide, guys, for the last time here at the Big O. Take it away.
Yeah, folks, get on your feet this time by. When they go around, they are going to be 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. Salute these 24 drivers. This is the Action Sprint Tour presented by Pinty's. More than half of the cars that came here tonight are watching from the grandstands. That says a lot about how quickly this division has exploded.
It's an honor to qualify for these races, and we're so fortunate to have that, but with a track owner like Glenn's Tires and people around the show, and that goes for everybody, the manager Clinton Jeffrey, the race director Doug Leonard, all the tech staff, Terry Watt in the back who looks after it. There's so many people who are so good at doing the jobs that they do. The shows are able to run off in a timely fashion, keep drivers happy. It's full-time jobs.
That it is. How about this story with Tom Pellizzari on the pole, Steve Murdoch to his outside as we get ready to go green flag racing. 25 laps for the Action Sprint Tour.
Steve Murdoch to the outside. He'll take the lead down the back straightaway, but Andrew Hennessy and Matt Billings squirt through the inside. Hennessy to second, Billings to third.
Steve Murdoch out in front, grabbed his first career win late in the season in late August after a hard crash during speed weeks here. And he has gathered up and been a threat ever since.
McDeman sends it down into turn number 3, slides across the track in 4, trying to close that gap to the battle for second.
Steve Murdoch, Andrew Hennessy, both these drivers. In fact, Andrew Hennessy hot off his first career win 2 weeks ago down at his home track in Brighton. He feels the pressure now from Matt Billings in that Brian Hunsinger Racing number 52 RHR.
Cam Thompson, that yellow wing, yellow and blue number 28. He has got that car hooked up. He is fun to watch, racing right now to the outside of Darryl Peltier, but trying to work his way to the front. He is sending that car around the high side.
Started 18th. He's worked up to 14th now here in the opening laps. We'll see if he can continue the march to the front. There you see him racing around Darryl Peltier, Sheldon Bender, and John Verney right behind him, 3 wide.
Fantastic racing at the back of this field as Steve Murdoch had a moment there in turn number 2 out in front. And Murdoch can see them. They're just over a straightaway ahead of him, but that is a gnarly pack of traffic that he is going to close in on as the laps tick away here.
Want to talk about a quiet man that gets it done and is so quick. That's Steve Murdoch. He's a man of very few words, but when he races, he speaks volumes for himself. He's been good since he got in this car, and here he is leading the way.
John Verney into Pellizzari on the back straightaway, and the yellow flag flies.
Right rear flapping there for Tom Pellizzari.
That was significant contact down into turn 3. Let's look at this replay here. Great job by the camera crew. Verney had a big run to the outside. Pellizzari just didn't know he was there. And John Verney still doesn't look too happy about it.
He just threw his microphone there as Abby gets up close. Wait.
Verney having a look around the car. I'm not sure how significant the damage is on that thing. So we'll have another look at the replay from the speed shot.
I don't see anything wrong with the car. Getting out of it might have been a mistake here because he will not have time to get back in if there's nothing wrong with it.
I'd be shocked if there's nothing wrong because he clobbered the backstretch wall. We just looked at the replay on GeForce TV, but he is climbing back into this thing, getting into position. And that's the replay there from the speed shot that shows just how significant.
So Verney, what we're hearing from race director Doug Leonard, disqualified for getting out of the race car.
I'm not sure that's a rule. Because Dylan Westbrook was out of his car a couple of weeks ago, and Clinton interviewed him. Then they went back, took their 2 minutes, and came back out onto the track. But I don't make the rules, I just talk about them.
Well, a hard hit, and you can understand why John would probably think, well, I'm done, because he clobbered, like you said, he clobbered the wall. And I'm amazed that the geometry in the front end isn't messed up.
Yeah, it's hard to believe. The Ackland Insurance push truck sending him back into the pits. One more look at this replay and watch the closing rate as Daniel slows that replay down for us.
Man, like solid hit there.
Mighty Wipes moment of the night.
Ah, good. They got that bar. I saw at the end of that replay there was a bar that came out, but I couldn't tell where it went, and the safety crew just found it, picked it up. Right in the entry of 3 is not where you want a small bar laying with all that speed going there.
Great view of the corner and how smooth that racing surface is. You can see there's still spots on the track where there's plenty of grip. Of course, 35 laps with 30 sprint cars, that'll
change.
Slick it right over, but these drivers will have some options out there.
Steve Murdoch and Andrew Hennessy lead the way, two of the newest winners in this division. Murdoch here at Ohsweken Speedway getting his first win in late August, and Andrew Hennessy 2 weeks ago down at the Labor Day Classic at Brighton Speedway. And then right behind them, it's hard to call Matt Billings a veteran because he's still such a young man.
Where's Rob Neely headed in this 74? Oh, he's got a flat left rear tire.
Yes, a flat rear for the Neely 74. He has just gone back. He'll get his 2 minutes when he arrives. See if we can get you some imagery.
Clinton's Lockhart side by side making its way back towards the pit area.
Yeah, we had the Lockharts out here last week. I think they had a great time in their first experience here in a while, and said they were super impressed with what they had witnessed.
I had my first ride in that thing yesterday with Daniel as we were going back to shoot the intros for the show. Comfortable riding machine. And Jack and Clint heading back towards the pits to chase down Rob Neely. He should have a pretty quick pit crew. He spent a lot of years racing on the Cascar Super Series. They changed a lot of tires. Pellizzari makes it back out. Good for them. And that 5 machine is now we have a look at the 74 of Neely. Mitch Brown overseeing things there. What's Mitch Brown doing wandering around? Get in your car. And that looks like a pit crew that knows what it's doing, doesn't it, Greg?
That they do. Ready and waiting for him. Tires on. Tightening things up. Jack goes down. Push truck's ready.
I think that's Jeff Smith walking back and forth. So you always see people from different pit crews. Now they're encouraging the push truck, the Nitro 54 push truck, to close in and push them off.
The Nitro 54 Nightmare.
Nice.
There you go. Is that what you were thinking?
You know what? I had a conversation at the pit entrance. They are so dead set against naming the push truck. If you name them, they're coming to live in your living room. So that is fair. The only things I've named do live in my living room.
Never a dull moment.
Well, they made sense. It was a compelling argument.
Tell you what, it's interesting to look at the wing angle on some of these cars. There's definitely been some adjusting going on. That's one of the things the drivers can adjust on these cars. And Bowman and Stratford especially have it tipped way back.
Those things are standing on end. There'll be a couple of drivers we want to keep an eye on. Again, I'm so impressed with Cam Thompson in that 28. He's had a great couple of days, but Steve Murdoch out in front.
Let's do a quick fire it up as we come back to the green. Gets his first company of the evening. It's Matt Billings showing the nose that last lap around. He's right there in the tail tank of the 2M.
He'll drive to the inside of turn number 3, side by side through the 4th turn. Murdoch can hold him off for now.
Down into one another time they go. Murdoch up high, gets a little loose, and that's going to open the door for Billings. And Murdoch actually had to let out just a bit there.
Billings knew he had him cleared, even though he had a big head of steam coming. Billings able to slide up into the lane of the 2M and slow down his progress. New race leader, it's Matt Billings.
Look who's tracking them down now as McNamara has cleared Andrew Hennessy, and he's worked his way into the top 3. Mike Bowman is also edging his way towards the front.
McNamara may very well close in. He may very well win this race. He's a talented race car driver, but this is typically not a McNamara-style racetrack right now.
Here he comes. He'll look low on Murdoch. Cross flags go up in the air for Matt Billings over Murdoch. Demand Hennessy, and it's Rose holding down 5th and Bowman in 6th. And Josh Byrne Jr. running in the 7th spot with Brett Stratford tracking him down.
How impressive is Josh Byrne Jr. in his first visit to the racetrack, doing a hell of a job out there.
Yeah, you wouldn't know it's his first visit, and some of these Eastern Ontario guys, they've been here before, but Josh Byrne Jr. from upstate New York has looked impressive since the dropped the first green last night.
Matt Billings trying to work on 4-barrel Daryl Peltier. He'll swing to the outside down into turn number 1 and try to squeeze down on the 4B. Nice job getting around him, but Matt Billings definitely prefers the inside groove.
McNamara's got to the 2M but can't get any further. He's hung up there in that 3rd spot. All the while, Matt Billings has been able to pull away just a little bit from those two as he works gingerly through this lap traffic.
Rob Neely trying to work his way through the field after having that flat tire. He's passed a couple of race cars, but he's about to be under attack from the race leader, Matt Billings.
Billings works it through 1 and 2 another time, about to catch Keegan Baker in the 16X, and right now the gap, I think, maybe is closing a little bit. This one's coming back to Murdoch.
Murdoch staying married to that high line. Matt Billings likes the low line. He's had to leave it a couple of times here in traffic, and you can see that's really not his jam in the 52.
Murdoch, little bobble there up in corner number 3, but he is starting to get closer there to the 52 of Matt Billings. As they work down in 1 and 2 another time, Murdoch now down to the bottom.
McNamara slides up the track. Mike Bowman right behind him in the 71 as they work into turn number 3. Billings still trying to clear the 16 of Keegan Baker.
Bowman had a lot of work to do tonight. Started back in the 15th spot. So he's working away here as Johnny Miller will pull off into the infield. Problems for the 20.
Steve Murdoch closing the gap on our race leader, Matt Billings, by just a little bit that last lap. Billings has actually lost some ground to Keegan Baker.
Wow. Mike Bowman right up in front of McNamara off of corner number 4, and now he's right there behind that number 2M of Steve Murdoch. He is closing in on the top 2.
It'll be 3 laps to go for Billings this time out of turn number 4. He's got a slower car and half a straightaway over Murdoch.
Still boxed in behind Keegan Baker, has been running just as fast as the leader Billings. Bowman disposes of Murdoch. Does he have time? Can he get another one?
If anyone can do it, it's Mike Bowman in that 71, trying to close the gap, but Murdoch's not giving up in that 2 machine.
Here he goes around the outside as Billings is right there in front of both Bowman and Murdoch. Murdoch is pulling in on the 71, and here comes McNamara.
Trouble on the front straightaway for Cam Thompson. He's into the front stretch wall. Sheldon Bender takes evasive action to the infield. Cam Thompson pointed the wrong direction. Nosed into the concrete on the front straightaway. This changes everything. Having a look at the replay, to the very top of the screen, Cam was out of shape. Oh, wow. Wow, he hit the wall hard in turn 4.
And you can see why Sheldon Bender had to go through the infield. He was coming full steam out of 4. There we see the damage on the right front of Cam Thompson.
Cam, we had a lot to talk about these last couple nights. Last night, a wild run from the back. Tonight, you got a lot of damage. What happened out here?
I'm not gonna lie, I flat out ran out of talent. Just Tried to drive it too hard, but oh well. I'll take this. I got a whole season out of this car without wrecking anything. So thank you to you guys for hosting this race. I'm good.
Catch your breath. How about one of our young stars, Cammy Thompson, ladies and gentlemen? As he mentioned, did put a mark on the car all year. Had a heck of a night last night. And a classy kid who's got a great future here at the Big O.
Well, and thanks to Glenn Stiers, he's going to make $500 for his troubles tonight. Everybody who started tonight's race gets a minimum of $500. Pretty cool gesture by the track owner, but to show appreciation for the amazing support these great sprint car teams have given this season.
So as you said, this is going to change everything, Adam. Matt Billings now has Mike Bowman right there on his tail tank. And I'm not about to count out Steve Murdoch or Mac DeMann because they were making grounds on the top two there right before we went under the yellow.
Matt Billings is a smart race car driver. He's been in similar situations before, high pressure situations. What I like about Billings' chances are he is really rolling the bottom of 1 and 2 very, very well. And if Bowman is going to get him, that's where you would have to do it. And I don't know if anyone can pass Billings on the inside tonight.
You also have to wonder what Mike Bowman is seeing and learning right now because he's the only driver in both A-mains tonight. He's starting 4th, and he's going to have the most fresh set of eyes on this racetrack before we go into the big show.
No, that's a great point. We also need to point out the 51 of Lee Ladisseur. He's up in the 9th spot. He was the points leader coming into tonight's race, qualified through the B main, so he's had a good run moving in the right direction.
Two laps left.
Sorry, just got our reporters. Johnny Miller rolls by us. We seen him pull down to the infield, got in last spot in tonight's event. Broken throttle linkage on the 20. Broken throttle linkage on the 20 is the report we've got.
Bummer.
Black flag.
Yeah, I can report on that. Cam McKinnon pulled out. Doug Leonard said who pushed that car off in the pits. You must use one of the track push trucks. You cannot push with your own quad or vehicle. So he has been sent to the pits for an unauthorized push. You have to get pushed up to the ledge, and then our trucks will push you on. You cannot just fire in the pits and come out at will. Hopefully that helps out.
It does, it does. White flag. This will be a green-white checker finish. 2 laps to settle the score here. Matt Billings in the 51, Mike Bowman in the 71. A couple of drivers who started in the dirt sportsman modified division, moved up to modifieds, moved over to sprint cars.
And they both want the same real estate right now. These are two drivers that like the bottom, especially off a corner 4 through the Cargo East restart zone they go.
Bowman trying to time that move to the outside, sends it down into 1 and 2, about a lane and a half off the bottom. He'll keep pace with Billings and work to the outside in 3 and 4.
Billings smooth and steady off a corner 4, the white flag at the line. Billings will lead the lap. They'll go down into 1 and 2. Bowman trying to get something done in the middle of the track. Billings with a great pull off a 2.
Matt Billings with a good run down the back straightaway. Final time through 3 and 4. Who's it gonna be at the line? Matt Billings wins over Mike Bowman. 3rd place to Steve Murdoch. Holy moly, what a finish.
Mac DeMann comes home in the 4th spot. Then it's Andrew Hennessy in 5th. Austin Rose 6th. Brett Stratford 7th. Josh Verne Jr. in the 8th spot. Lee Ladisseur, good run for him up to the 9th position. And Matthew Barjay completes the top 10. Look at the replay.
Having a look at this replay, Matt Billings stuck the landing. He got it down into the corner, but equally as wise, he came off the turn all the way up to the wall on the backstretch. Same thing in 3 and 4. He limited Mike Bowman's options every time and hangs on for the win. Margin of victory, 0.137 seconds. Just over a 1/10 of a second.
And good for Matt Billings. This is a track that has not always been very nice to him, has it, Tommy?
No, definitely not. He's had some rough luck both in the 360 and the crate over the years here, but that's a huge win for him, not only money-wise, but also in the points for the Pinty's National Tour.
Lone Wolf Fireworks will help these drivers celebrate down in Quick Firestarter Victory Lane. One more feature to go, but we're going to hear from the top three down trackside in just a moment with our Clinton Jeffrey as Matt Billings will get unbuckled and climb out of his car in a rare scene. Someone beat Mike Bowman tonight, and they had to do it on a green-white checker.
Big points night here for both these top two drivers. Lee Ladouceur came in as the national points leader, 11 points up on Mike Bowman, who was in third, with a middle mix there, and 2 points over Matt Billings. Matt Billings grabs the win and will likely jump up there and get his lead tonight for the national points, and we'll see what Lee's got to say. A big race for Bowman also. He was back in third and needed to make up some on Lee Ladouceur. Matt Billings, this is going to definitely tighten up the national point standings. You came in 2 points behind Lee. He finished a bit in the back. Mike was behind you. He finished a bit behind you. It's going to tighten the top three up right now with 2 races to go. Tell us about your weekend here at the Big O.
Yeah, I didn't, to be honest with you, I didn't care about the points on that last restart. I saw the 71 up there, and I mean, Mike Bowman is effing good, you know? So I was just trying to hit my marks on the last 2 laps, and man, what a friggin', this is awesome coming here. I mean, this is a great track, and I mean, I don't get to come here too often and be able to come out here and run with the good guys. Man, this just feels so good. I can't thank Ryan enough for just believing in me and let me drive a race car.
You're doing a great job, Matt Billings. Another great run for the 52 here, guys.
That shows you right there what a big deal it is to beat Mike Bowman. And, you know, it's like beating a drum, but he has been the driver to beat. Second place finish tonight. It's a solid run, but not what he came here for. He's with Clinton Jeffrey.
Important race for you, Mike. You needed to make these ones count. This is about as counted as it can be without winning the race. Pretty good for you, but the big story is coming up next. 30 grand on the line, man. But quickly talk about your crate situation tonight.
Yeah, I mean, I think we missed the opportunity there in the heat race. I went down into one there on the first corner, and I hit some water or something. The thing just pushed across the track. But we had a good car, you know, come from 15th, and to have a shot at it there, get lucky with a late yellow there, and I don't know, when we went green, the thing just wouldn't turn again. So congrats to Matt. I'm happy for those guys. I know they've been working hard. And I talked with Ryan quite a bit on Messenger, and I know they've been working hard to come up one spot on top of us here this weekend. So good run, and we're ready for 35.
All right, hang tight, Mike. We'll get you back there. 1 second, guys. We got to get over here with Steve Murdoch. Steve, what a drive for you. It's been pretty wild. Good finishes to close out there. You got to be pleased with how those 2Ms run at the end.
Yeah, that's a good run for our last race here. Thought I was doing pretty good at the start there, but started to fade towards the end, and it was good racing with these guys, and thanks to everybody who helped us out this year.
Right on. Steve Murdoch will be third, Mike Bowman second, and Matt Billings wins the Action Sprinter National Event number 6 here tonight. Congrats to Matt Billings. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
You're so tasty. Drive me crazy. Ain't nothing I can do.
Introducing the Fleet Lineup by CargoEase. Our commercial and Titan Series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the Cargo Ease fleet lineup.
Early man discovered fire, but Quick Quick perfected fire. Quick Quick is the only fire starter that guarantees to start your campfire, wood stove, or fireplace without the need for kindling or paper. Find your nearest Quick Quick retailer at quickquick.com.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Lockhart's Odyssey is BRP's newest marine dealer for the legendary Alumacraft fishing boats, the luxurious Manitous, and the affordable Sea-Doo Switch pontoons. Come aboard our new outdoor showroom, located here in Cortland at Lockhart's Odyssey, your BRP superstore.
Well, good evening, everybody. Welcome to our weekly race chat.
Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey are live and interactive every Tuesday night. Rivals Race Chat is your home for race discussion, debate, news, interviews, and more. They'll even take your questions and comments live on the air and talk to some of the newsmakers each week. Tune in every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. on GeForce TV. Welcome back to GeForce TV. Greg Kellnan, Adam Ross, Tommy Googe, and Clinton Jeffrey is down trackside. Clint?
Yeah, I got Mike Stelter here, car owner for Logan Crucifulli, who's working on it tonight. They won the Dottie Creek Agri-Services Larry Gartley Memorial Award for the last chance hard charger. Logan has taken off back home, but car owner Mike Stelter down here to accept the extra bucks. Congratulations to Logan Crucifulli with our Dottie Creek Agri-Services Larry Gartley Memorial Last Chance Hard Charger Award.
Tommy Gooch headed down across the track there. He's got a plaque for Mike Stelter as well, so we'll grab that as we see the cars lining up here on the front stretch, getting ready for driver introductions for the 19th running of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. Always a great sight to see all these cars lined up, and a great sight to see a lot of our visitors from south of the border coming back here. And last year we had some great races, and we had a few visitors, but this has felt more like a traditional Nationals weekend, and I'm sure that's going to continue to grow and grow throughout the years as we move on here, and especially the way the purse has grown just this weekend. I'm sure it's going to create a buzz about next year.
No, I sure think that it will, and talk about people coming from near and far. People are watching from near and far. We got to say hello to Alex and her friends in Paris, France. Alex is interested in watching her brother, DJ Christie, chase after the big check here tonight. People watching from all over the world, Greg.
That they are, and they're ready to see a great show here. Send it back down trackside.
Kruder, what are you looking at over here? What'd you find? First off, what year did you win the Nationals? 2019?
2019.
So you were the last winner pre-pandemic. What do you see down here? Something you like?
So the straightaways, I was hoping that it blows off. When I won it, it was pretty slick. I've been watching lap times, and I'm really hoping I'm trying to mimic and do exactly what I did in 19. So she's either going to go really good or it's not going to go so good. So we'll find out here, but I'm really excited to be back up here. I've missed this race for a long time. So I got to thank everybody who put up the extra money for this. That's awesome.
Amazing. Scott Kruder, the 2019 winner of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. He's checking out the track, as are the other drivers. We'll get back here. Get everybody lined up. We'll get ready to go. Once we get lined up, we'll ask all the drivers at the right front, all the crew in behind, like we did last night with the crates, and we'll keep you posted.
And that win in 2019, Adam, for Scott Kruder was a big deal because that year he was a regular here on Friday nights, and he was really the first true regular Friday night runner to win the big show at the end of the year.
Look at the top 10 starters out there, all the way back to Chuck Hebing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the top 10 are regular Friday night competitors. And I'm not sure that's normal. Tommy might have a better gauge on that, but Our drivers mix and mingle very, very well these days. In fact, let's go down to Clinton Jeffrey for a Case IH track report. It's something we haven't done, but it matters more right now than it has all weekend long.
That's right, Adam. You know, the track is different and it normally is here on the front straightaway. If I take a step here to my left, it's very smooth. Still lots of tack here, but over here, right down the main, it's almost like it's had a hard rake right down the middle, almost like it was power harrow. It's very wore out, almost ruts heading down the length of the straightaway, and you can see it all the way through here. So there is a bit of slickness, a bit tacky, a bit slick, some tack, very tacky still on the bottom. Still lots of usable space here on this front straightaway, guys.
And that's the way it was last night. I had someone ask me what the track conditions were, and it was kind of a mixed bag because there were some dry, slick areas, but if you went down to the bottom, there was a lot of tack down there. And I think the drivers like that. It gives them some options as well. Obviously, Scott Kruder knows what he wants, but different drivers can work with different things, and I think that's going to create for a great race here tonight.
We need all drivers to the right front, please. All drivers to your right front. All crew in back of the cars, please. And we are ready to go. In just a moment's time, we'll let you know, Adam and Greg, we're just about ready for driver introductions. Well, fans, how about it for all the amazing sprint car teams that came from far and wide to make it happen for you this weekend? Big round of applause. We certainly appreciate all you great fans coming out, all our great marketing partners, and all these great teams. Without further ado, it is time for the 19th Annual Northern Sprint Car Nationals starting lineup. Greg, Callan, and Adam Ross, get us going, boys.
Starting in the 30th position from Dade City, Florida, driving the number 15 Double G, this is Garrett Green. Starting 29th out of Clay, New York, driving car number 98, Joe Trenka.
Starting 28th from Niagara Falls, 70, Bailey Hurd. 27th out of Brantford in the 49L, Lucas Smith.
Starting in the 26th position from Fenwick, driving the 14H, the Red Rocket, Jim Hoopinen. Starting in 25th from Grimsby, aboard car number 90, Travis Cunningham.
24th from Grand Island, New York, the 21K, Kyle Phillips. '23rd from Scotland, the 47X. It's D-Dubs Dylan Westbrook.
Starting 22nd from Prairie City, Iowa, in the 0J, Linton Jeffrey. Starting in 21st from Brewerton, New York, car number 87, Racing Jason Barney.
Starting 20th from Geneva, New York, the 22, Jonathan Preston. And starting 19th from Frailton in the 12 Double D, Darren Dryden.
Starting 18th from Beamsville in the 88H, Josh Hansen. 17th starting position from Brantford in car number 10, Downtown Mitch Brown.
Starting 16th from Oswego, number 0, Glenn Stiers. Rolling off 15th from Scotland, the 87X, Sean Evans.
In 14th starting position from Thamesford in car number 7, Eric Gledhill. And starting in 13th out of Tonawanda, New York in the 7NY, Matt Farnham.
On the outside of row number 6 from Colesville, New York, driving the number 52, the straight shooter, Scott Kruder. Starting 11th from Beachville, in the number 5, it's DJ Christie.
And now your top 10. Starting in 10th out of Ontario, New York in the 45H, the Cobra, Chuck Hebing. Starting in 9th, the defending winner of this race from Dunnville in car number 15, Ryan Turner.
Starting in the 8th spot from Antwerp, New York, driving the 10C, Jeff Cook. Rolling off 7th from Tilsonburg, the 17X, Corey Turner.
Starting in 6th from Harding, Pennsylvania, driving car number 79, Jordan Thomas. Starting 5th out of St. Matthew de Belleville, Quebec, in car number 28, Jordan Poirier.
Starting on the outside of row number 2 from St. Catharines, the 71, Mike Bowman. And starting 3rd from Binbrook in the number 9, it's the live wire, Liam Martin.
And now your front row. Starting in 2nd out of Mount Bridges in car number 45, Tricky Nicky Nick Sheridan. And on the pole from Sunnyvale, Texas in the 15H, Sam Haferteep Jr. Those are the 30 drivers ready to go 35 laps for $30,000 to win in the 19th running of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals.
What a great look in a field assembled down there.
Well, guys, I got Sam Haferteep Jr. Sam, you won this one before. How you feeling tonight? You look very aggressive out there. Can you take home the $30,000 tonight?
Yeah, we sure hope so. We got a really good race car. Miles Hills gives us the best stuff out here, and it's my job to put it in victory lane, and hopefully we've done a good enough job. We were pretty good there in the dash, tried a few things, and seemed to work okay. So really this track changes, and it's going to change a lot over 35 laps, and if our car stays under us for 35, I think we can get it done.
Get luck, get ready. Sam Haferteep Jr. going from the pole, and I got our own hometown guy, Nick Sheridan here. Nick going from the outside pole. Biggest race of your 360 career, recent winner at Brighton. How do you feel going after the $30,000 we got here tonight, Nicky?
Well, I feel really good, Clinton. I mean, it's just amazing to be up here. I mean, I've started this race a few times way back there, so it's so cool to be able to see the front for the green flag. So we'll see what we can do. This 15 from Texas here, he's going to be pretty good, but we'll see what we can do for him, and hopefully see you over there after 35.
Get ready. Nick Sheridan, ladies and gentlemen, will go from the outside pole, guys. How about one final round of applause for all the fantastic sprint cars here tonight, and their teams and their sponsors and their families that all came with us tonight, guys. Super proud to be down here trackside this evening.
And we really have to thank the folks from Nitro 54 Variety for all they've done to bring us this event, along with Aero Express, Sit and Bull Tire, of course, and Riverside Bait and Tackle being a big part of this as well. All that extra cash on the line here tonight.
What a show this is going to be. Another shout out, this one for Clayton Johns, who's watching the broadcast while he rides the bus from Kennewick, Washington, back to Portland with the hockey team.
We miss you, Clayton. And I'm sure he's missing this event. Always love to come to Ohsweken Speedway. As you see drivers getting ready to go. 35 laps. It's a long distance, and a lot can change in this race, Tommy Gooch, and we've seen that over the years. And the one that everyone talks about all the time is Brian Howland, and that was a come-from-behind B-main winner, and that came right down to the wire. But the thing about that, it was a 5-car race at the line. We forget about that sometimes as well. 35 laps means a lot of stories.
Yep, Jason Barney was one of those 5 cars that night, and he's in this feature field tonight, starting right around where Brian Howland started that night. So we'll keep an eye on the 87. There's a bunch of cars back towards the back who, if they can get a good start past a few cars, 35 laps is a long race.
And Adam, 35 laps is also going to change this racetrack a lot as well. As these cars thunder around here, we're going to see a totally different track from what we see right now. And from what we see when the checkered flag falls, and that's going to be from drivers trying different things.
The key to dirt racing, the key to being successful is finding the next fast line. The fast line on lap number 1 is not going to be the fast line on lap 35, and quite often it's the driver who finds those grooves the fastest that sees success.
And, of course, Mike Bowman, who's starting up there in that 4th spot, he just had the best look at it, just competed with the Action Sprint Tour, finished in the runner-up spot, so he's maybe got an inside look at where the track's at going to the green flag and what might work for him. But nonetheless, these drivers all know what they're doing. I mean, these are the 30 best that have come here tonight to take the green flag. And Sam Haferteep Jr., I think he's made a statement since he unloaded yesterday. I think everyone may feel like he is the one to beat. Obviously, he's a previous winner of this race, but that doesn't mean he's untouchable. But at the same time, he's got the target on his back right now, I think, with the other 29 drivers.
Yeah, Haferteep has been here a lot in this event over the years. He's only won one of them. And you really, from all the times he's been here, you would think he would have gotten more. So I think he really, really wants to win this one. It's been 12 years since he won here in this event. So he really looks determined tonight, and it's going to take a lot for anyone to pass him, I think. But traffic is going to tell the tale here because this is the biggest field that we have here all year in the 360 sprints, and they often race 3 and 4 wide through traffic, and it gets pretty dicey.
I just want to jump in here and say one big thanks to our sponsors that came on board in the last 24 hours. Riverside Bait and Tackle for 10 grand, Ott Shack for 10 grand, Nitro 54 for a whole bunch more than 10 grand, and Sit and Bull Tire for another 10. Fans, put your hands together for our amazing partners that donated over $50,000 this weekend that's going straight to these awesome teams. Thank you so much. And fans, now are you ready to go? All right, 3, 2, 1, push trucks, let's go racing!
It all started in 2005. Kenny Jacobs, the first winner of this event. And then, of course, Steve Poirier the next year would go on and win 3 of his own. Wayne Johnson has won this event. The likes of Shane Stewart. We mentioned Sam Haferteep Jr., Jessica Zemkin. Back in 2014, what a night that was. 2015, Brian Howland in that drive from the back to beat Steve Poirier. Parker Price Miller with a pair. Carson Macedo has a win as well. And we've noted Scott Kruger, Ryan Turner has a pair, and Paulie Cola Giovanni. Will there be a new name added to the list, or will we see someone get another win notched on the wall?
Well, that's the burning question. I'm just watching Nick Sheridan get pushed off. Something seemed awkward in that transition there, but the car fires in turn number 1.
All right, we won't break traditions. Just got reminded, we always pick winner, dark horse. And Adam, since you're at that far end of the booth, we'll let you pick first. Pick a winner.
So I've got to pick a winner. I'll tell you what. Nick Sheridan.
All right. I guess I'll go next. I will go with, I don't know, on the way here I just had this feeling, Liam Martin. Tommy.
I was thinking Nick Sheridan was my dark horse pick, but Adam stole that from me. So, I mean, you can't really go against Haferteep, so I'll take him. But really, there's a bunch of other drivers I'd like to take there as well.
Do we want to put Clinton on the spot out there for his pick?
Yeah, if he's able to right now and make a pick.
I'm not sure where you start right now, but Matt Farnham has always shone so good at these races. I'll keep my eye on the 7 tonight.
There you go. I don't know, so we need a dark horse pick this year because I think
Are there
some
any?
of ours. Well, that's the thing. Like,
okay, well let's. We're going to have our Lockhart's ones to watch. Okay, and those are Mike Bowman in the 71, the 47X of Dylan Westbrook, the 15H of Sam Haferteep, and the 15 of Ryan Turner. And I think for obvious reasons, those 4 are ones to watch. Ryan Turner on last year's success, Sam Haferteep on his speed this weekend, Mike Bowman on his success of this season, Dylan Westbrook on his overall success of his career. But instead of picking a dark horse, let's pick our own, as though we're helping the crowd. Who should they watch? Because they're going to put on a great show. So instead of a dark horse, who's that driver you think, you know what, this driver is going to be fun to watch and you should pay attention to them. And I'll start. Sean Evans in the 87X. He's been really fast lately, always exciting to watch. I think he's going to be up on the wheel for this. Greg?
I'm going to have to go with Jordan Thomas. He is always a factor in this event, and he's got to do some work here. He's starting in the 6th spot with a lot of good drivers in front, but he's one of those drivers that will make the move that will just blow your mind. So I think he is definitely one you got to keep an eye on.
I think a guy you got to keep your eye on is Jim Hoopinen. Starting back in 26th, he had the bottom of turn 2 really figured out in his heat race. Had to work hard to get into the feature, but he won't be spectacular, but I bet he'll make his way forward.
You want to talk about not being spectacular? Travis Cunningham in that B main, that line he ran was so efficient. And look at that track right there. There's a lot of grip down on the bottom. So if Cunningham can avoid hitting the inside wall, he said to me earlier on today when I was walking around the pits before practice, that engine, he is likely not going to run Humberstone. He has so many races on this engine, he is worried about it holding together.
Well, it served him well so far here tonight. See the field taking shape. We'll get them into formation as well and give you fans a salute.
Let's see who the fans are taking. Feel free if you're on the stream to chime in. See a bit of Liam Martin in there. People cheering on the young man from Binbrook.
There was a time where we knew that it most likely was not going to be a hometown driver. That is no longer part of the conversation.
You're 100% right.
Our teams have gotten so good. All right, just confirming the lineup. And here they go. They're going to split things up and get into formation. So ladies and gentlemen, this is your turn to salute these drivers. 30 strong here in the 19th running of this event. Get on your feet, wave your lit up cell phone, your hat, your program. This is the main event. This event is so big that we're going to go 5 wide and fancy for you, the fans. This is the 19th running of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. 2023.
Possibly a problem for Glenn Stiers in the 0. He rolls to a stop in turn number 1.
So that will bring a bit of a delay here for Glenn down at corner number 1.
What a shame he showed so much speed last night. Had Linton Jeffrey working on the setup of that race car, and the push truck heads out. Just to confirm, hey, all you need is a push. I believe Glenn Stiers gave this universal sign. Yep, push me off.
Yeah, he's calling for a push, Adam, and there it fires up. So maybe just a belt issue or a steering wheel. Could be anything.
So he'll slip back in line in the 16th starting position.
I don't know if he will.
His spot's right there.
Right, but a second push means you go to the back unless they check that it was a safety issue. But savvy veteran that he is, he's going to slide in where he's supposed to start.
2023 has gone in a blink of an eye. The final race of the year is upon us, and it's the biggest one, the biggest payday in Ohsweken Speedway history. 30 grand to the winner, 2x2. 15 rows of beautifully prepared sprint cars ready to come to life. Dave Hunsinger ready with the green flag in hand. Strickland GMC pace truck pulling off on the backstretch. Sam Haferteep, Nick Sheridan on the front row. Ladies and gentlemen, you came looking for a show. Well, here you go. Let's end all the anticipation as we bring to you our feature presentation.
Even start down the back straightaway. Nick Sheridan with the advantage, but Sam Haferteep slides up in front of the 45. Haferteep's the lead, lap 1, and we've got a red flag, our first red flag of the weekend.
Yeah, Barney got tangled up and did it about as easy of a rollover as you can do, really. But he did get upside down briefly.
Safety crew on the scene immediately. Jack and Clinton down there, as well as Barney climbing out of that 87 machine.
Yeah, Jason Barney a little bit slow. We'll focus on the chassis here. You can see, guys, it has broken off the front axle. It's sheared clean off here. The axle's gone, steering link, drag link, nose, wing, all kinds of problems here. Jason Barney out under his own power, though. That is a good thing, ladies and gentlemen. Takes his helmet off. We'll catch his breath here for a moment. As a wild wreck here, we'll take a look at the replay.
It was hard to see from that replay what went on there. You just see a cloud of dust, and then Barney's car come to rest, pointed the wrong direction.
A lot of damage, but wrecks on the start like that could always be so much worse. So fortunate to see Barney climb out okay.
That was, and this doesn't jinx it because this has already happened, that was the first car we've put upside down here this weekend, which is unbelievable with the amount of sprint cars we've had in competition. Can you ever remember a time when that was the case, Tommy?
Yeah, it's well, I mean, Canadian Sprint Car and Northern Sprint Car Nationals weekend, the Saturday night, they often will get to the A main without one, and then first lap or two of the A main, that's when it happens.
But I mean, Thursday night,
yeah.
Friday night, just wild. Great.
Yeah, I mean, the crates went 30 laps green to checkered last night, so.
Doug Leonard giving instructions to the push crew. And what they're trying to do is get a push vehicle behind the 52 with Scott Kruder because they want to make sure they've got lanes open.
Jim Hoopinen has just requested 2 minutes in the work area. He is being pushed down the front straightaway. Shock issue on the 14W, guys.
It was hard to tell on that replay, but there was a gaggle of cars there, and you got to wonder if Hoopinen and maybe a couple of these others out here have got a little bit of damage.
I have the winning 50-50 number here. Don't have the amount as of yet, but winning 50-50 number, get your tickets out. Well, we've got some quiet here. We'll announce that right now. The winning number, last check it was well over $5,000. 2, 6, 0, 8, 4, 3. 260843, you've won the 50-50 draw tonight. You can claim that over at the pit sign-in gate. We'll have a winning amount for you here shortly, but over $5,000 going to the winner tonight in the 50-50. 260843.
I hear some cheering just down in our section. I think we might have a winner. I know who's buying. The Barney 87 being hauled back to the pit area. We'll restack the deck, a complete restart, minus the cars involved and minus Hoopinen. He will go to the back. Barney's night is done. And we'll try this all over again.
You gotta wonder what it's like for these drivers to get all amped up, ready to go, and then we have a sudden stop like this and they have to get reset. It's got to be a range of emotions going on there, and adrenaline. And
you have to wonder if this is kind of maybe a good thing. It gets you settled down. You've gone through all the pomp and circumstance, and now we've done a lap. Okay, now we're back into the racing groove. Let's go. Or is it, okay, now we got to do all that again?
Well, you know, it depends. If you're one of the cars that was having to zigzag and weave to drive through it, you wonder, hey, is my car okay? Everything doing what it's going to need to do here for this restart. As we see Ryan Turner getting pushed off in that 15 machine. These wing angles are something else. Some of them are standing straight up on end from the looks of it. Corey Turner with a lot of wing, Gledhill with a lot of wing, Farnham.
Bowman too.
Yep. Obviously, the steeper the wing angle, the more pressure you're putting on those rear tires, so you're getting more grip to those rear tires. In theory, you're giving up straightaway speed because you're pushing more air. Next time you're driving down the highway, stick your hand out the window and hold it flat so it pushes it to the back, and then turn it level to the ground. It goes through the air a whole lot nicer when it's level to the ground.
Again, these are all adjustable for these drivers. That's something they can play around throughout the race and make those adjustments.
I believe Corey Turner was the last car to get pushed off, and he has fired successfully, so the field is running once again. Now they'll try to sort out the running order.
Benefit for Jim Hoopin in there. If he is still working on things, then it takes a little bit longer to push off this entire field for the Nationals.
Maybe we can get Clinton to take a look at the 21 of Kyle Phillips. It looks to me like there's a little bit of damage on his front wing, and I'm wondering if he was one of the cars involved with Barney on that wreck. Just on the left corner. Looks like the sideboard's bent in just a little.
So the Red Rocket rejoins the field. He'll grab the tail end and try it all over again. Corey Turner looking for his spot up there in the 7th position. Just like that, they're back to where they're supposed to be. Other than a couple of cars finding their spot.
Yeah, Tommy, if there's a slight kink in the left sideboard of the nose wing on the 21 of Kyle Phillips, but it looks intact, and I don't think it's going to be any type of problem for him here. Just out of spec a little bit.
Sometimes that could be an advantage depending on the way it's pointed. We've seen that happen before where the wing gets knocked off kilter just a little and actually helps them get through the corner.
That's got to be frustrating for a racer when you tweak something, you damage something, and the car starts working better. We're going to have to rethink our strategy. Dave Hunsinger saying next time we're going to try this again. White flag waving from the flag stand. Sam Haferteep Jr., the 15H on the pole, the 45 on the outside of the front row. Tricky Nick Sheridan.
Talk about opposite ends of the spectrum with 360 experience on that front row. Nick Sheridan does have a win, and he's been at it for a couple of years, but Sam Haferteep Jr. has run the biggest of events in sprint car racing for a number of years. They're both fast. Here they come to the Cargo Ease restart zone. We'll try it again.
That start didn't go as well. Sam Haferteep bounces into turn number 1. My goodness. 3 wide for the race lead. Look at Poirier to the inside.
What a save by Nick Sheridan in corner 2. He was completely sideways in front of the field. He'll gather it back up. He's racing close quarters with Corey Turner now and E.J. Christie.
Liam Martin and Jordan Thomas make contact on the front straightaway. Boy, has this race changed on that restart.
Jordan Poirier's been pretty much quiet all weekend long, and here he is at the front of the pack. Mike Bowman challenging for the second spot on Sam Haferteep.
Poirier up on the high side leading the way. Mike Bowman will drop to the bottom of the racetrack trying to make hay. Sam Haferteep closes his line off down into 1 and 2 as they charge down the backstretch.
Jordan Poirier looking for his first Nationals win. Of course, Uncle Steve has 3 of his own. Here he is out in front, already seen the back end of the racetrack, or the pack.
And there is a lot of traffic ahead for Jordan Poirier as he works through 3 and 4. He is about half a lap away from getting into it. Travis Cunningham peels that 90 car down to the infield.
I feel like there might be some smoke mixed in with that dust stirring up, so that may be the case for Travis Cunningham. Nonetheless, he made the field, did a great job tonight. Great battle right now between Bowman and Martin off of 4.
Our race leader, a couple of cars into slower traffic. Haferteep hot on his heels as Poirier to the outside in turn number 3. A lot of the slower traffic working lower on the racetrack, but right ahead of him, Darren Dryden and Bailey Hurd using an awful lot of real estate.
Here comes Haferteep to the outside. They're wheel-to-wheel down the backstretch. Haferteep noses ahead just for a moment as he'll work that top side. Poirier on the bottom off of 4. Put Haferteep back to the top.
Haferteep rolling the high side very well. Now he's bottled up a little behind Bailey Hurd. Poirier up the racetrack. Here comes Liam Martin.
Yeah, Liam Martin got himself clear of Mike Bowman, and here he is trying to track down Poirier for that runner-up spot. Bowman back to 4th, 5th right now, Jordan Thomas.
Sam Haferteep shoots through the middle of Bailey Hurd and Garrett Green, putting them a lap down. He's put some slower traffic between himself and Steve Poirier in 2nd.
3-car fight for the 2nd spot. Poirier has it. Martin's on his tail and Bowman right behind him. They're going at it down into corner numbers 1 and 2. Lap traffic right in front as Haferteep puts the 15GG a lap down, now working on Preston.
Whoa, Hoopinen gets sideways right in front of Haferteep off of turn number 4, drives it into 1, slides across Haferteep's line. Trouble on the front stretch, it's Nick Sheridan.
Looks like the rear end might be broke on that car. I don't know as though the tire was down, but the way that car was sitting, looks like the right rear had some suspension broken, and Ryan Turner to the pit area.
What an eventful yellow flag. Let's have a look at this replay. Oof. Sheridan clobbered the wall off of turn number 4. Looking for Ryan Turner. Don't see what might be the problem with Turner.
So that will explain the right rear side of the car sitting down. That was a hard smack of the corner 4 wall on exit.
Clinton Jeffrey went off the track just before that. He's in the infield with a flat left front tire as well.
Daniels queued us up another replay, and Sheridan came up off of turn number 4. And really,
Turner was right behind that. But he came into the scene late.
You almost wonder if he just was taking the caution as an opportunity to go back and work on the car.
Well, guys, here's what broke on Nick Sheridan's car. Here it is, your torsion arm right here, it has snapped. This holds the rear end together. It is broken off here, so no spring suspension under the 45 of Nick Sheridan, guys.
Sheridan having a word with the tow crew there as Clinton sticks his head down in to see what's... Have a chat with young Nick.
Well, I got Nick Sheridan here, guys. Nick, looked like the rear end broke, your torsion arm snapped on you.
This race isn't nice to me, Clinton. And I'm not really liking when it's not nice to me. But, oh well, we'll come back next year. I said that last year, but we'll try and do it again.
I know it's not what you want to hear, but a big payday even for getting out early. Nick Sheridan, guys, one of the classy youngsters we got here. And what a talent he is in the world of motorsports here in Canada.
And a great showman as well. He understands what he needs to do to get the microphone in front of him. He's got to say something, and
wears his heart on his sleeve, and you could tell the dejection there, but can't help but like Nick Sheridan.
He said, do I get my 2 minutes? When I show him what broke, he goes, forget it.
So, we are going to implement the choose rule. We do use the choose rule in the Nationals, don't we, Clint?
It's double file restarts, so I don't see why not.
Oh, yeah, I'm pretty sure we're coming to the cone here.
And I ask because I don't remember it being discussed at the drivers' meeting.
Well, Carter's making his way towards the cone. They line up the field here first.
All the way back to Ryan Turner in the 15. Those are your lead lap cars.
There's Carter with the cone.
Joanne Swing sent me a note and said, you know, we should really sell the cone, sell sponsorship on the cone. See who wants to name it. That's a good idea.
I think our ice cream truck should be our cone sponsor. Just got word from the pits. The Sheridan crew overruled young Nick and said, no, we're going to look at this for our 2 minutes. So we'll see what happens with the 45 crew, guys.
I kind of had a feeling that might be the case.
As we were reporting on at trackside, the crew was grabbing Jeff Dern in the pits and be like, no, we get him in here. So we'll see how that works out.
And rightfully so.
Yep.
You know, you want to make sure you give every effort. These cars, everything is bolt-on. You know, a good sprint car crew can do a tremendous amount of work in just a couple of minutes.
I have a picture my dad sent me a while ago. This is what the All-Stars use for their cone. It's a cone with a wooden goose on top. I don't know what the significance of the goose is, but we could come up with something like that. I think.
Like that.
And the cone is coming out. Front row chooses inside, outside. Liam Martin going to choose the outside.
Well, whether they talked about it in the drivers' meeting or not, they figured it out pretty quick.
Yeah, they did, and nobody really advanced too much. We see big moves on the pavement tracks that use the choose cone, but here in the dirt, it doesn't seem to make a huge amount of difference.
Back to the Cargo Ease restart zone. Wow, that was not a pretty start. They were hopping wheels back about mid-pack. Sean Evans was involved in that. There goes Lucas Smith. Problems there, but they all get things straightened out.
Sam Haverty out in front. Another good start for the 15 machine. Mike Bowman in second, trying to chase down the driver from Texas.
And it is wild racing from halfway back in the pack to the tail. And Jim Hoopinen, problems over the banking in 3 and 4. He'll gather that back up.
Ryan Turner in the 15 making all sorts of speed. I have lost almost all the sound in my mic. Have you, Greg?
Same. Haverty, Bowman, 1 and 2. Poirier, then Martin. You got Jordan Thomas, and how about this race for the 6th spot? DJ Christie.
Trouble off of turn number 4. Sean Evans gets together with Eric Gledhill. They're both able to carry on. I don't know how.
We're still green somehow through all of that. And it's Sam Haverty now again beginning to catch the back end of the pack, and maybe this is what's going to take for some of these other drivers to compete with the 15H.
Well, it almost certainly is. As Haverty closes in on the back end of Kyle Phillips, blows it off the end of the racetrack. Here comes Mike Bowman in the 71.
Good battle between Martin and Poirier right now as well, as the leader has company. Mike Bowman is right there down, looking to the inside of the 15H. They'll roll through 1 and 2. Jonathan Preston rather to the infield. Here comes Bowman.
Side by side into turn number 3. Bowman on the inside. Haverty on the high side. Halfway through, 18 laps down, 17 to go.
Leaders side by side down the backstretch. Gledhill right in front. Down goes Haverty down to the middle groove. Bowman stuck down to the inside line. Here they come off the corner at the line. Haverty leads the lap.
Mike Bowman trying to squeeze between Haverty and the 15 of Garrett Green. He will. Bowman, your new race leader.
This time by, it'll be 15 laps left to go off the corner. Mike Bowman picked up $30,000 in the middle of summer, looking for another $30,000 more here tonight as he works down the backstretch. Haverty throwing everything at him.
Haverty running out of racetrack on the exit of turn number 2, but he's keeping his foot on the throttle. Close call with Hoopinen and Haverty on the front stretch.
Wow, Dylan Westbrook gets by Liam Martin off of corner 4. What a drive right now by Dylan Westbrook. He's come from the 23rd spot. He's up into the top 5.
Westbrook is on the move. Mike Bowman having trouble with Bailey Hurd in the number 70. Sam Haverty still right behind in the 15.
Bowman goes into corner number 3. Haverty, trouble right in front of the leader. Scott Kruder loops it around. Will stay under the green. Kruder will join back onto the racing surface in 4.
That yellow flag would have come in handy for a couple of our drivers. Mike Bowman continuing to lead, but Haverty closing that gap once again. Garrett Green off the track in the 15. He's headed to the pits.
We are seeing one heck of a battle right now for the 4th position. Liam Martin, Jordan Thomas, and D-Dubs going back and forth. Martin has a spot. Westbrook now will get back by Thomas into the 5th position.
Out in front, Mike Bowman goes around Lucas Smith and Darren Dryden. 10 laps to go.
Bowman works it off to another time. Sam Haverty giving chase. Liam Martin not done. He gets a little boxed in there. He had a great run until that moment.
3rd and 4th are keeping pace with our race leaders.
At this point, a caution flag might tighten things up, because I'll tell you what, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are on the move.
Laps winding down here in the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. Bowman trying to work his way around Mitch Brown and Josh Hansen down into turns 1 and 2. He's got a bit of a gap over Haferteep. In fact, Haferteep falling back into the clutches of Liam Martin.
Haferteep bobbled there up in the high side at corner number 3 just a little bit. Bowman smooth and steady off of 4, continues to lead. 28 laps on the board, 7 laps left to settle it, and Liam Martin is reeling in Haferteep.
Liam Martin on the back straightaway, about 10 car lengths behind Haferteep. Gets sideways into turn number 3, but manages to save it. Lost a little bit of ground. He's back up on the wheel.
This time by only 5 laps left to go. Oh, Liam Martin, he lost it there off of 2, almost smacked the wall. He's on that fine line, but having a great run with Poirier right behind him.
Mike Bowman, a couple of slower cars ahead of him. Sam Haferteep with clear racetrack between himself and the race leader. Now Kyle Phillips between Bowman and Haferteep.
Off of corner 4, Bowman leads another lap. 4 laps left to go here in the 19th running of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. The rookie driver looking to pick up the 30 Gs here tonight.
Down into turn number 3, Bowman still behind Sean Evans in the 87X. It's getting tougher for these drivers to work through slower traffic. Haferteep, though, is closing that gap.
Yeah, he had some clear track between he and the leader. Now it's drifted away as Sean Evans gets in between the top 2. Liam Martin has dropped off the pace from Haferteep. Still holds on to 3rd, though.
Bowman to the inside of Glenn's tires. Now a couple of slower cars between Bowman and Haferteep in 2nd. Liam Martin hanging on to 3rd. It'll be a white flag in the air this time for Bowman in the 71.
One more time around for Mike Bowman in the Dynablast number 71. Haferteep giving chase as they work through 1 and 2. Down the back stretch goes Mike Bowman for the final time. Through 3 and 4. Double checkers in the air from Dave Hunsinger. The 19th running of the Nationals is won by Mike Bowman.
Haferteep going to come home 2nd. Liam Martin with a 3rd place finish. 4th to Westbrook. 5th to Jordan Poirier.
Well, at the beginning of the night, I had a chance to talk with Mike Bowman, and I said, if we're going to give you a nickname, I think it should be the Bounty Hunter Mike Bowman, because when the bounty's high, he is there and he picks it up. Another 30 Gs for the driver to St. Catharines over Sam Haferteep Jr. Liam Martin, what a run up to 3rd, and what a drive by D-Dub's Dylan Westbrook, 23rd to 4th. Impressive drive by D-Dubs. Jordan Poirier completes the top 5. Just waiting for Mike Bowman to go through the tech barn over the scales. Lone Wolf fireworks lighting up the sky in preparation for Mike Bowman here in just a minute. Sam Haferteep gave him all he had. Impressed by Liam Martin tonight and the run that he had as well in that 9 machine. There was that fine line on the outside, and he used every inch of the racetrack. Did the live wire.
Watching Kelly Hallett and the rest of the tech crew down there.
Jordan Poirier going across the scales right now.
Mike Bowman back out of turn number 3. That means he cleared the scales and is legit.
He'll make his way down to Quick Fire Starter victory lane in the Dynablast number 71. Mike Bowman will park it down in front $60,000 in the matter of 1 month. That's pretty impressive.
And that doesn't even count his regular Friday night wins either.
Actually, 65.
Yeah.
He won last night.
Yep. Plus, he had a couple of Friday night wins in there. That's, I believe, $2,000 to win most of our Friday night shows. So.
Lone Wolf Fireworks really doing it big here. The 19th running of the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. Clinton Jeffries down and quick fire starter victory.
Here he comes, Ohsweken Speedway. Picks up the biggest win in the history of the track. Mike Bowman wins the 19th Northern Sprint Car Nationals. Well, Mike, what a drive. It's been quite a year for you as a rookie to come in here. You were only supposed to drive crate sprints. A big hug from Dad Daryl, one of your biggest supporters your whole racing career. Mike, I know it's important to have Dad here. Let's talk about what this summer meant for you, man. It's been a storybook year, even for us here at the track. All the things we've been able to come together, but for you to take home the majority of the money, what does it mean, Mike?
I don't even know yet. Man, what a race car. Oh, man, this double duty stuff kills us. But, man, these guys never quit. GSR chassis, GSR engine, Glenn Stiers, Chantel. Man, I can't believe this. What a dream season. Thanks for all the extra sponsors putting up that extra money, man. Wow.
I got two of them here, Mike. Brandon Steyer's going to shake your hand. He's the guy that called me. Dan was one of the first guys who put in the last. Ryan Burnham and everybody else. Big Brian. Mike, congrats once again.
Thank you.
Mike Bowman, ladies and gentlemen, will take home $30,000 here tonight.
Second place run for Sam Haferteep Jr. All indications were he had the car to beat. And he was pretty darn good, but Mike Bowman just had the opportunity, got the track position, and knew what to do with it, Greg.
That he did, and now we're going to catch up, it looks like, with Liam Martin.
Yeah, Sam Haferteep's gone for a walk, so we'll talk to Liam. Liam, drive here tonight. What a great run for you. Fantastic run here at the Nationals. You got to be in them before you can win them, and tonight you were in it, kid.
Yeah, no, our starting position really helped out tonight. Glad to start third. We had an amazing night upcoming to this point in time now. I feel pretty proud of what we've accomplished tonight, especially from last night, that little mishap. So just so proud of the team and what we've become to tonight.
Awesome job. Liam Martin, ladies and gentlemen, will finish third here tonight. We'll try and grab Sam Haferteep.
Sam Haferteep over there at the car now. Clinton Jeffrey will catch up with him.
Sam, second here tonight. I know you wanted the big win, but you were in this battle all night long. Talk about your drive.
Yeah, I mean, we weren't bad. You know, he was just obviously stuck a lot better than we were, you know, kind of. It's really, really weird. You know, we're running the cushion on both ends and getting some grip off, and I mean, he's sitting right in the black driving by. So, but, you know, it's part of it sometimes. Yeah, I just can't thank Miles Hill enough for doing what he does for us. You know, sorry we couldn't get him the win tonight, but it wasn't from lack of effort. You know, from the first lap where I about dumped it down there to recover the way we did and get the lead back. Yeah, I feel like we had a pretty good advantage with the lap cars before that first yellow came out there. I think that would have separated it. I don't think he could ever make it. After we got through lap traffic, there was 2 or 3 guys that would go off the track and come back down in front of me, and that really held us up and hurt us bad. You know, we reeled them in right there the last lap a little bit, and you know, like I say, you know, lap cars really worked out better for him than they did for me. And, you know, that was the name of the game. You know, if my car was a little bit better like his, I could have probably moved and maneuvered a little bit better. But, like I say, I just want to thank Miles Hill again. Unbelievably ride that we've had for 6 years now. We've been together, and, you know, he never ceases to amaze me as a car owner and as an individual.
Thanks, Sam Haferteep. Sam Haferteep Jr. will be second here tonight. Liam Martin with third place in your winner with another huge win. Mike Bowman caps off his rookie year with a $30,000 victory here in the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. Guys, what an awesome year it's been working with Greg and Adam again. Thanks to all our G-Force TV crew, all our Rush Weekend staff from Trackside. That's it, guys. What a night, what a weekend, what a year.
It was a great night tonight, and thank you, Tommy, for being a part of the show. And hard to believe next year's already the 20th running.
And we announced earlier today at least $20,000 to win next year again, too. So
give them a year. I'm sure it'll be more than that.
We've got some stuff in store for sure.
Well, thanks for working with us tonight, Tommy. Adam, what are you thinking right now?
It's been a blast. What a great race this was. Pure frustration out of second-place finisher Sam Haferteep. You could see that. You could hear it in the words he chose. Mike Bowman put on a great drive, but, I mean, Liam Martin was closing in. We had a lot of drivers who were right there in the mix. I thought it was a great night. And next weekend, if you're a fan of racing in Ontario, Greg, huge options. Go down to Delaware Speedway or head the other way to Brighton Speedway's Apple Fest. Still lots of action yet to come, but these fall races always make us feel pretty wound up, pretty pumped up for racing.
Yeah, the next 2 weeks on G-Force will be at Delaware Speedway, and then we'll end things on the dirt side of things at Humberstone Speedway at the end of September, so make sure you tune in at GeForceTV.net. So that will wrap things up for another season here at Ohsweken Speedway. It's gone by so quickly. On behalf of the Stiers family, all of our staff and officials, and on behalf of Tommy Gooch, Clinton Jeffrey, Adam Ross, I'm Greg Kelman saying so long right here at Ohsweken Speedway.
Copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of GeForce TV. GeForce TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.